Oh yeah, I was muted. So I was muted and yeah, Javen commuted. So yeah, I just had like a very unhinged like sort of rant, if you could say. So now I'm like contemplating, was that a sign that I should not show my true self? And it was like a blessing from the gods that the mic was muted without me knowing it. And you know what my answer to that is? The answer to that is no, it was not, because I want the world to see how my mind truly operates and showcase all of its wonderful, disturbing colors. So I'm just going to continue the speak that I have been doing. So yeah, I forgot. It was quite cathartic, just letting words like spill out of the mouth, if that makes sense. So, but yeah, it was very cathartic. Anyways, this is a Zatsudan stream, I guess you could say. I don't even know what that means. I learned what I think that means like a few days ago. It basically means like a talking stream or something. So yeah. Oh man, I can just imagine. I can just like imagine like what people are gonna think on Twitter, like any streamers that come to the stream and they see clips and I'm not concerned about that, man. I'm not concerned. Because you see, this is what matters most, how much I work and do this. And the rest of it doesn't even matter to me, really. I feel okay with just being myself because I know that it's second, if that makes sense. It's me being. Alright, okay, so let me re-explain what I was explaining earlier. So, essentially, we have a new strategy going forward, which is to make multiple long-form videos, and make multiple long-form videos while I'm making the major long-form video, if that makes sense. So imagine it like there's a super long, there's a super long-form video. So this is a video that's massive in scope, and essentially this video is so big that multiple long-form videos could be made about it. So that is what I'm going to do. Rather than not posting anything and only posting when the super big video is complete, what I'm going to do is release multiple long-form videos about me making it. Because the other day, realized that, doing well in the YouTube algorithm, it's much more about packaging your content rather than the content itself, if that makes sense. Like, I honestly feel like, based on what I've seen, you can make like a 2 million view video about you cleaning your wall. Imagine like there's like paint on something, or like the wall is old or something, and it's just you like changing the color of it or something. I'm like convinced that after my research and like looking at like different videos that do well in the YouTube algorithm, you make a 2 million view video about you changing the color of your wall or something mundane like that if like the packaging for it is good and the title and thumbnail and the way the video is structured is good. So that has been my biggest problem, because I do not like to package or structure my videos in any shape or way, if that makes sense. The only thing I focus on is like what I make. Do I think the thing that I'm making is a cool or neat? But in order to be realistic about what I'm doing, I have to play the game a little bit and like learn how to package what I'm making and ship it out, if that makes sense. So yeah. But the other thing too, when it comes to making videos like this, I also do not want to be in a place where I am selling my soul, if that makes sense. Like, I don't want to be the type of creator where it's like, you know, overly hype, fake reactions, and, you know, like screaming in front of the camera, you know, trying to be like, you know, basically having like a Mr. Beast like sort of approach to content, if that makes sense. Like, I spent 48 hours in the anime mansion or whatever it is, you know, like, I don't want to do any of that though. I don't know what you would call that. It's kind of like retention based like videos, if that makes sense. Like, I'm a person who very much values, you know, what I do and everything unique about it. If that makes sense. Like, I will not conform to any, like, meta, if that makes sense. I won't conform to any meta, even if it's, like, popular and it works. So I won't be, you know, doing any, you know, any trends or whatever it is. But yeah. So yeah, now the world can hear me. Here we are. We're, you know. No one give a shit. Chatting, glad you survived San Francisco winds. Yeah, that was crazy, honestly, the winds there. Videos in between large-scale videos. Yep. Long-form videos in between long-form videos. So, but yeah. I am a little bit apprehensive, but I also feel like it's going to be a breath of fresh air, if that makes sense, if I am just myself. You know, like, yeah, I can't act any way other than myself, which I feel like is going to off-put some people, but, you know, I feel like there's only so many days that we are here and alive, and by the end of my time here, I don't want to look back and be like, you know what, man, you know, I could have, you know, been more of myself, you know? So, that's what I don't want. Like, I want my life to be filled with as much integrity as possible, because I believe doing so is hard, and that is empowering when you do it. So, you have to have courage to do that, I feel. So, even, like, you know, like, sticking to your principles, even if it's not the most optimal, if that makes sense, or easy way to do things. Like, all my decisions in life, they're just, I have the most ironic life, probably, I can think of, but on my life choices, I want to look back and say that I was proud on the things that I did, which is very funny because I, like, again, everything that I do, it's kind of the exact opposite of, you know, what you would think. You would think, like, oh, you know, if you want to be proud on the things you did, you become like a doctor or something, or whatever it may be, but for me, it's just, you know, working the best that I can, and giving my effort, or giving 100% of my effort every day to, you know, this making cutouts and, you know, becoming a content person, so, online. And there has been some hiccups, I must say, you know. I think one of the greatest, you know, I'm saying that like an announcer or something. I think theatrics, they're kind of cool though, so I'll continue those. I think the greatest, one of the greatest weaknesses is that, for me personally, I'm not the most, like, social, if that makes sense. You know, when it comes to content creation, I feel like a lot of the ways that people grow is by meeting other people, if that makes sense. And I'm just definitely not in that caliber of person that just, you know, goes out and befriends people. I'm very much a person who is just sticks to what he just. I just do my own thing, you know, and I'm just kind of like on an island, and, you know, basically, for collaborations, it's more like I just hope people notice like what I'm doing, and then I'll have them over. But yeah, it's pretty interesting to say nonetheless. But yeah, there's quite a bit to unpack. There's quite a bit indeed. Michael Reeves. Neil deGrasse Tyson. I love to eat bison. Mike Tyson. But that's all, pretty much, I must say. Hey. Yay. So yeah, I'm gonna turn these 100. So the 100 Pecoras I'm making, I'm gonna turn it into a long form video, if that makes sense. So, yeah. Oh. That wind tunnel between Okai Hotel. Do you have any industrial sized printers? Yes, I do. I have one. So, but yeah, I got one which is right there, and it's out of ink actually, pretty much. Like, yeah, I don't know if it's gonna be able to finish. I had printed 90 Pecoras with assault rifles, so we're gonna see, if we have enough to complete the project. I'm gonna try to do it by tomorrow, but I kind of I started late on this, honestly. I basically started when I started streaming today, so we're gonna see if we have radioactive material. But if we do, then I think we're gonna see where it comes from. But that is it in a nutshell. So we're out of super long barbecue sticks, so now we have to resort to sort of hieroglyphics and heuristics, if that makes sense. So that's essentially what we're doing now. We're using the heuristics, if that makes sense. Other than that, but yeah. So actually, it was not a part of the thing. That's what he sounds like. That's what he sounds like, man. Well, actually. So basically, what we are doing right now is we're sticking out our gap for Narizzler. That's what we are doing in a nutshell. Bells, you mean well. So that's what we're doing right now. We are sticking sticks to guns. That's what we're doing. Basically, we need this because it is the internal support, I guess you could say. The internal support. Yes, that is what that is, indeed. I show speed. Yeah. But yeah, essentially, we are here to cheer and have a few beers, and we're gonna stay clear. And oh dear, the subject of Ymir, got someone to fear, need to get into gear. Cut the neck at the rear. You need to get in here, I don't know. that's pretty much it. So like when I was like I didn't have like surgery until like I was in 10th grade for my elbow essentially. My elbow like it contracted like a certain like microplastic, but don't worry about it. It'll be fine. Anyways, we have a ton of pecoras to do. Uh, you know, there's a ton of things that we have to do. Um, Someone's crying. They like the tears are coming down. Like they're straight line tears, anyways. Um, bro, 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 that's what he says. Is that so? Is that so, little Johnny? That's what he says to me, and my name's Little. You know? So we're gonna be making the pecoras today. We have about 80. We have about 80 pecora cutouts to make. So that's we're first gonna attach the sticks. We call these sticks like we call them the boom sticks because they're sticks and they go like on the guns. So that's pretty cool. Wouldn't you say so? Yes, indeed. My name's Malcolm in the Middle, and I'm a I'm a real estate developer, and I wanted to tell you 5 tips for making clothes on your real estate clients. That's what they say. My name's Mark, and before I used to like play a lot of chess, but then I realized that like my arm was like was being a bit pedantic towards the seniors at the Living Homes Institute, and they said that like I wasn't allowed to play there anymore, so I just kind of left and never came back. That's what they said to me. Johnny, robotic industries. Robotic industries plus like the collateral damage equals like the surplus of gunpowder. I'm gonna like title the stream something. Like it's gonna be titled, I don't know what this is gonna be titled, honestly. We're gonna like title this like the no filter like Tobin stream or something, because it's just like it's bizarre, man. That's all I can say. Like, it's bizarre, man. So that's what we're gonna do. And we're gonna like put on like PVZ music or something, because like it kind of reminds me of like the architect and the builder. So I think that matches the theme. The other thing too is that I'm just kind of like here spitting nonsense because like I've noticed like I was on live stream the other day. I was like on live stream like on TikTok, and like I was laughing like a maniac in front of like 100 people, right? I was going like I was doing that like for like 30 minutes, and not a single person like said anything about it. Like they were just like, oh yeah, the cutouts are nice, and like it's like that was the most bizarre thing I've ever seen. It felt like, I don't know, like I was at a restaurant and there was just like 2 giant pet giraffes like beside me, and no one like came up to me and said like, what's up with like the 2 giraffes? And yeah, so now I'm like, I have like this conspiracy theory. I mean, it's obviously I don't believe it, but like there's like in the back of my mind, I have this conspiracy theory that like half of the people that like show up as like a number on live stream, they're just like robots or something, because they're just like people are just like oh, it must have been the wind, whatever that crazy stuff is, so I'm gonna keep on doing this until like people are like, okay, this guy, he's actually crazy. Because I know people are watching, but I don't actually believe that people are, because like you know, I feel like people would say, this guy is unhinged, man. What is he doing? And now people are made comment because I'm like calling it out. But if I didn't, man, I don't think anyone would really, because when you have like 2 or 5 viewers, like basically the people watching, they're not even real. You know, it's crazy. I don't understand it, but yeah. Spitting nonsense is one of the most valuable traits for a stream. Really? That gives me hope. Then maybe I should just like do this more often then, and like become like the man. So I can explain the reason why I was hesitant. If Unhinged wasn't entertaining, the quality of Michael Reeves wouldn't be as popular. I see. Well, I appreciate that now. I'll try to put that in my YouTube videos, and like I'll be my true self. That's just like unfiltered. So that's essentially what I'm gonna try to do now. But yeah. What else? We're gonna change the stream title. We're gonna call it the unfiltered stream unhinged behavior on display warning. I think that's what I'm gonna call it, because like I just don't have any filter right now, you know. It's just like craziness, if that makes sense, while I make the Pecora army. So we're gonna do like some like bass boosted like PVZ music or something. Or we'll just do Chinchilla, actually. I'm here for Unhinged, yeah. But yeah, so basically, in a nutshell, we are, we're here to make the Pecora cutouts. We have to attach sticks to the gun, or else the gun's gonna bend when we stick up the cutout. So we have to like do something about it. So yeah, that's what we're doing. But yeah, the point that I was gonna make earlier is that essentially I did not want to act like unhinged on screen, because the first impression, right, that people get from my content is this guy is unhinged, right? But if they see a video of me acting normal, then they'll be like, oh, he's not unhinged, he's just like kind of normal. But if they see like, you know, me on Hinge and I'm like giving like the witch laugh, you know, and you know, going like like every second without any reason, then I'm gonna be like, this guy, he actually is crazy, and like I don't think he's mentally well. But at this point, I don't really care, because it's like I want to be free, you know. I want to be free and not flee, if that makes sense. I don't want to flee from the feeling of you know, being called weird. I want to look it in the eye, and I want to I don't know. I don't want to hide from it, essentially, you know? I need to work on the laugh, too, so that's probably going to become, like, a future, like, staple of, you know, whatever my streams become. If I continue streaming or whatever it is, you are here to make your mark on the world. That's how up to you, yeah. You know what? I think probably that's what should be my goal. My goal is just to be so unashamedly myself, if that makes sense. Because I feel like that's what the world wants, you know? Nobody wants anyone to act the way, you know, unless if you're, like, you know, working for a company. But, like, when it comes to, like, online creators, no one wants, everyone, like, I feel like people want you to act yourself, you know? So I'll just do that. And, yeah. So this is I need to put, like, Zatsuda on the stream, because I'm, like, just yapping, you know, I'm like a machine gun, just, like, firing words, you know? Essentially. Armalite mouth. Just a burr. I'm the burr machine gun mouth man. That's, you know, I don't even know what you'd call that, but yeah. So yeah, we are here now, and we're gonna be making the pakoras and whatnot. So, my nose, the architect and the builder, the architect and the builder. Yeah, my mother, television, the phone. Makes you feel more human. Audience will be less weird. Wait, audience will be less weird than you. Than wait, audience. I see. Yeah, audience will be less weird to you. I see. Yeah, makes you feel more human. Yes, indeed. I hope so. I'm just going with the flow, you know. Been rhyme many times in a row. Got the anime hose. Need a bimbo. Yeah. Alright. So far, we've lost focus. Just concentrate on words that can mean everything. So, I think in this stream, we are going to announce everything that I have been doing wrong, if that makes sense. Everything that I have been doing wrong, essentially. So, the goal is to make, like, I don't know what the word is. The goal is to make income, basically, through what I'm doing. You know, it's not any reason because, you know, I want, you know, money or all these other things. It's just because, you know, doing all this stuff, I have a lot of guilt due to the fact that, you know, I'm sponsored and not able to, I guess, repay what I've spent. So, basically, yeah, that is the reason in a nutshell, if that makes sense. So, we must repay what has been given to us, and yeah, and that all comes from me, which is, you know, sometimes people are shocked when they hear that, but you know, that's the way I feel. Ow, my leg hurts. Audience will be less weird to you. Wait, audience will be less weird to you. That way, yeah. But yeah, I think there's a number of reasons why I have not done so good of a job at fulfilling that goal. The number one reason is because of my unwillingness to change, if that makes sense, or like I just have a very, very strict I guess integrity towards the way I want to make content, and I'm unwilling to budge on those, if that makes sense. So I feel like sort of making any form of income based on the way that I make content is hard, if that makes sense. Like there's a bunch of strategies that I feel like could help, like supplement I guess my you know, the cost to everything. My leg fell asleep because I was sitting on it. There's a bunch of ways though, but I don't do any of them just because like it doesn't make me feel good. So yeah, but in the future I think I'm getting better at making content, so like I don't feel like I may even need it pretty soon. Just also because, like, you know, I've been working really good. Like, before, I used to have, like, a lot of mood issues, too, with, like, being motivated. I was like a emo boy, as they say. Like, I struggled with, like, having doomer vibes all the time. But now, I rarely get into, like, that sort of mindset, you know? So now I can work like a lot more, if that makes sense. So I think the future is very, very bright. In this last year, I would say since February, like a lot has changed for me. That's made me a lot more productive and overall a person that is. I think that a person that has more potential to actually succeed in this. I don't know what you would even call it. I guess industry. Whenever people say industry, I always think of like textile machines or like iron factories or like a car, a car factory where they assemble cars. Like I always think of like industry like that. Like when I think of social media, it's I always find it weird when people refer it as like as an industry, but the same too is like for anything that's like not any that has to do with like manufacturing or logistics or something. It's very interesting. It's very interesting, but yeah. Industry. Just because like when like the Industrial Revolution, it's like machines. But yeah. Other than that, there's still a lot of stuff. I'm not sure. We're gonna try to fulfill it. We're gonna try to fulfill the goal, though. The goal has been. It's been a long time coming. So, but yeah. The music is making the music is like sending beta blockers to my brain. Like I cannot form like a sentence properly because it's like there's like a guy who he's doing stuff to me. So we're just gonna put on like KK Slider now because I think that may work a little bit better. But yeah, we're gonna, my goal essentially for the last few months, it changed everything, the way that I am with the new mindset that I have for things. I was thinking of making this into a video, but I was kind of afraid that it would be controversial because, I'd talk about sadness and, whenever I mention sadness, people get angry at me because for obvious, reasons, but I have had a shift in mindset that has made me a lot more, I guess, thrilled about, life and whatnot. I used to wrap a ton of my happiness, I guess you could say, and my mental well-being on like expectations that were not fulfilled, if that makes sense. Like there was a point in time where it's like if I didn't have like X amount of I don't know how to describe it. Hold on. Oh well, I do know how to describe it, but I'm afraid to say because like I have a brain that's just like, oh, that fine thing you're thinking of saying, no, that's actually bad. You can't say that because people are gonna be mad when in reality, the thing that I want to say, like, people wouldn't think twice about it. It's crazy, man. That's another thing, too. This is another tangent, but, I have, like, this very strange anxiety thing where it's, like, I cannot say, like, the most mundane things because, like, my brain will overthink it and think, like, a catastrophe will happen if I say, like, I want to go get ice cream at a store or something, It's like, oh no, if we say that, then they're gonna be like, oh well, he doesn't value our time, so he's a bad person. I mean, that's just an example. That's not the best example, but that's the way my brain is, and I've been trying to fix it to the point where I can say normal things and not think it's gonna be like the end of me or like it's gonna result in a cancellation or whatever it is. So, yeah. I'm going to give birth. Well, I feel like if watching me right now in the midst of this situation is not the best time, because I feel like it's a special moment when you give birth to a child. But you do you, man. I'm not here to tell you where your priorities are, but that is just my advice, that you should spend it with whoever is with you. So yeah. But yeah. I forgot what I was even going to say. I was talking about like happiness, if that makes sense. How my happiness used to be involved with like how well I was doing, if that makes sense. Like, yeah. But now my happiness is not involved with like how many followers or how much money's coming in and whether I'm gonna be able to repay the debt or anything else. My happiness is solely based on how hard I try each day. If I don't give my 100% every day that I'm alive, basically, like this is my new mindset, then I'm not too happy. But if I do, and if I give something my all and I work very hard, then I feel happy about myself, because that's the only thing you can really do, in my opinion. To reach any goal is just try your best every single day. So that is my baseline for happiness. It's not, how I'm not succeeding, or it's my baseline for happiness isn't it's not an unfulfilled goal anymore. It's just, am I did I give it my all? And I think just switching the mindset to that, from yelling at myself for not being more successful, it's helped me become a lot more productive, if that makes sense. So, have you ever considered hot glue? Tape is faster, just because tape, it basically sticks instantly. Glue, you have to kind of wait for it. So that's what I like about it, honestly. So glue could work, actually, honestly. Maybe for this part it may be faster, but sometimes I burn myself, and to me, that's why tape's worth it, because I don't want to get accidentally burned. But yeah, I believe that there is a great honor in trying your best every single day, yeah. Even if the situation looks grim, if that makes sense. So that's the reason why it's my base happiness, just because to continue fighting even when the situation doesn't look so good, it requires a lot of strength. So I vowed to myself that no matter what, I would always try my best and keep fighting. So yeah. Tape seems much more efficient for these. Oh yes. But yeah. So it doesn't matter what goal I don't have fulfilled. The only thing that matters is whether today I gave it my all. If I do give it my all every day, then I'm happy. It's just it makes so much more sense too. Before, I based my happiness on whether I had achieved some ridiculous goal. It could be many things for some people, but it was a goal having 10 million subscribers, or making X amount a month. And it's kind of if that being checked off is it's the only way you're going to be happy, then you're going to be unhappy for a long time until it's fulfilled. And that's how I used to motivate myself, because I really wanted it to be done. I basically was torturing myself to get it finished. But what I realized was that if you're like that, then it kind of backfires, because it makes you depressed and you know, not like yourself too much for not being able to get yourself out of that situation, if that makes sense. So, but yeah. I know these talks, by the way, I know this is like super deep for a cutout stream where I'm literally making Pecora with like an Armalite or whatever you call these things, but yeah. This is the unfiltered stream, just because, you know, I feel like talking about it, so having this really be a mindset kind of thing, in my opinion. Yes, it is. I think so for sure, honestly. But yeah. But that is, you know, I want to make it a point that every day that I try my hardest, just because I feel like if I do that, then I will live the life that was fulfilled. Random deep topics are one of the appeals to live streams, in my opinion, at least to me. Yeah, I always like when streamers, you know, talk deep about themselves, you know? And that's in part the reason why I'm doing this. It could be even like the most like random like person. Like I'm just. They have like 5 years, and this is the first time seeing them. Like if people talk about like stuff which is like more personal and deep, I'm usually interested in it, just because you know, I don't know what it is about like deep like conversations that make people more engaged, but yeah. Yeah. Okay, so my goal every day is to just push myself to my limit and to live the best that I can. Like, that is my only goal right now. It's not to make like X amount, you know, by 30 or whatever it is. It's just to push as hard as I can every single day. And that's the only metric that I care about now. Of course I have goals, right? You know, I want all this work that I put in to lead into something, but I don't like moan to myself that like, you know, oh, I'm doing something wrong with my life. The only thing I focus on is just like, you know, whether, you know, I did something today. But yeah, I'm just gonna continue to push myself, you know, just because it feels right to do so. Feels right. Yep. Tackle long form projects, like, so yeah. It's very weird, like, my whole mindset towards life, it's much different compared to, like, how I was, like, when I was like a teenager. I don't even mean like when I was in high school, like when I was like 16 or something. I mean like even when I was like 18 or 19, I was like you know, I was not in the best mental shape, if that makes sense. So, like, my mindset now is just that even just the fight is worth it, if that makes sense. I don't know how to describe it, but like even if like the situation is unwinnable, for me it's still worth it to fight, if that makes sense. just because, you know, there's a great, I feel like there's a great honor in you know, pursuing a goal just for the integrity of pursuing it, if that makes sense. You know, like going out on your hand, or going out with your feet on the floor and your hands up, rather than, you know, going out with your you know, going out like curling in a ball or something, you know. Just because, you know, going out on your 2 feet with your hands up requires a lot of courage, even if the situation is hopeless. So it's yeah. That's a healthy motivation. Then I want to be a famous creator at least. Yeah, it's interesting. That's why usually I never talk about these things, because I'm afraid people are gonna think like, oh, he wants to be successful because he wants to be like a famous creator or something, you know? I think that's a part of it. I think that's a part of like the motivation for everyone, you know, who does like social media, you know, because I feel like it is very rewarding to have like what you do recognize that you've been pursuing for, you know, many years and put a lot of hours of dedication into. But for me, it's not really that. It's more so just because I enjoy, I guess, challenge, if that makes sense. Like, so yeah. And it's been a goal that I've been at for many years. So by this point, it's just about me achieving it rather than anything else that comes with it, if that makes sense, you know? It's kind of like the people that, you know, play like Dark Souls and they do like god runs, you know? Like, at a certain point, like, you know, I feel like for people like who do like god runs in like Souls games, it doesn't become about like, you know, what comes after it or what you'll get from it. It becomes about just doing it for the sake of doing it because you've spent so many hours like trying to achieve it, if that makes sense. And that's the way I feel about this whole, you know, content stuff. So, and the goals I have with it. So, oops, my boss is here. Gotta go. So now it's been fun. Alrighty, I'll see ya. So yeah, we're just gonna like give it our all and see what happens. Essentially, I think I have to have no fear at all. I feel like fear is what is stopping me, and for also just a lot of people, if that makes sense. Like when I think about it, I think like a lot of my friends, and there's certain things. It's usually related to fear, at least. That's how it goes. The longer it takes, the more fun it is when you finally beat it. Yes, indeed. So yeah, that's my motivation. I don't even, like, my motivation to succeed is, number one, it's to pay off the debt that I feel that I'm in. And then the second is probably because I've been at this for so long and I want to complete it just because I've spent so many hours on it, if that makes sense. Like, there's just like I don't know, I was gonna say there's almost like a degree of like pettiness, if that makes sense. Like, you know. Towards completing it. That's the only thing I think about is, you know, I just want to give it my all. Did I fight like a warrior? That is what I'm concerned about. So yeah, I don't know when these goals are gonna be completed, you know, but we'll see. With this new Mega Evolution, it's more of an evolution that's happened to me, I think the future is quite bright, so... I have what feels like unlimited energy. Unlimited, like, stamina, you know? That's what it feels like right now, so... Yeah, I don't know if this video is gonna do well either, you know? Used to struggle really hard to finish anything when I was younger because I always be too much of a perfectionist with personal projects. Yeah, I can get in the way of certain things, for sure. Unlimited energy is, as an adult, sounds like a rarity. Take advantage of that. Oh, I definitely will. Yeah, I have like... It's like... I wouldn't say it's like kid energy. It's like... I got the eye of the tiger, as they say. You know? Unlimited energy. It's just like it's like a sun that's like having a supernova. It's just like get your sleep before 12 and you have it. Yeah. So yeah, yeah, the Pecora. Also, I must mention, I didn't realize this. I mean, I kind of did, but I really like Hololive. Like it's so weird, the progression of being a Hololive fan. I feel like when I was first like starting to get into like what VTubers were, I was kind of into Hololive, but it wasn't like I wasn't like super into it. I mean, I was very into it, but now it's turned to the point where I feel like, you know, it's almost like a cult for me now. Like, I understand, I think, like, how, like, you know, K-pop fans are, if that makes sense, like, why the way that they are, since I can relate to it with Hololive. I think it's also because, you know, obviously beyond just being like a, you know, like a fan of it, I'm now like, you know, becoming more involved with like, you know, VTubers and whatnot, and, you know, going to different conventions and bringing stuff there, and, you know, so I think that's definitely like strengthened like my love for it, but yeah, it's bad, man. It's bad how much I'm into it now. And how much I understand it compared to I used to. What's on my shirt? It's Project Melody. It's a Gamer Sub shirt, so yeah. I don't know if I'm professionally burned out or just don't have the same amount of energy as motivation as I did before. I'd see. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what cured me. It's weird. But yeah. Yeah, it's Project Melody. GamerSubs sent me it. Sponsored by GamerSubs, by the way. This is GamerSubs in this bottle. If you're curious what this looks like, watermelon juice or something. It's GamerSubs water. So Use code cutouts if you want like 15. I believe it's 15% off. So yeah, I am an affiliate of them. So yeah, I am an affiliate. Offkai BestCon, yeah. I saw on Twitter that like everyone got sick at Offkai. I think I'm still technically a little bit sick. Everyone got sick or everyone got COVID at Offkai Expo. It's kind of funny because I feel like you could probably tell like who just went to Offkai just by like on who's coming out as like sick or has COVID like right now. Like if some like VTuber like went to it and didn't tell anybody, like you'd probably like wager that if they're tweeting that they got sick, they went to Offkai or something, you know? Like that's how prevalent I feel like the sickness was like after the convention. Yeah, I'm sick from Offkai. That's what I mean, man. Like, I got sick, my friend who never gets sick got sick. It's literally everyone at Offkai got sick. It's, like, insane. I don't know what was in the air. You know what I think it was, honestly? I feel like the reason why so many people got sick at this convention is because, you know, due to the fact that it was, like, kind of smaller, I got, like, sort of, like, the energy that was kind of like a party, in a way. Like, definitely, I feel like because, like, the, you know, the con was a little bit, like, smaller, like obviously, you know, there may have not been as many things to do, like, Anime Expo, so I feel like people, like, mingled with each other a lot more, if that makes sense. You know, going into each other's, like, rooms to party, or whatever it was. That's what I heard people were doing, at least, so I feel like that's why so many people got sick, just because, like, it's kind of like a 3-day, like, huge party meant, like, for weebs, like, all in, like, a hotel, essentially. So, like, a lot of people weren't, like, walking around much and, like, talking to people for hours, so I feel like that's the reason why, you know, so many people got sick at Offkai, so. Although I got 2 negative COVID tests, so yeah, I didn't get COVID either. Like, I tested negative for COVID, but yeah. So, yeah. As what's her name? Maria says, off cough is what people got. I didn't get any coughs, but my nose was runny, and yeah, my throat hurt for a little bit. Yeah, I mingle with people a lot more than I do at other conventions. Akai is cozy, size con, and I also feel more connected to VTuber fans. Yeah, that's why I feel like so many people got like COVID at the convention, just because it was a lot more intimate, you know, than like other conventions. I feel, just because, you know, I feel like I don't know how the stigma is now, but I remember like back in the day, like, being a VTuber fan was like kind of stigmatized, like, even in the anime community, so, you know, I feel like VTuber fans, like, they're much more close-knit, if that makes sense. So they're... a lot more close-knit than, like, just general, anime fans, you know? throat's dry right now. Get some water or something. But yeah. Yeah, but Offkai was really fun. I'm a bit sad I didn't get to socialize more just because like on stream I may be very like open, but in person like at any form of party I'm very quiet. So I feel like I could have met like a bunch of more people, but I just I'm an introvert, man. I'm not the most social, but I'll probably next time I'll probably put myself more out there. So. Started drinking more tea because of that. Taking so much time off recently because of my scratchy throat. Yeah. I wonder what it is. Like, if it's not COVID, then like what is it? You know? Like everyone got it. It's so weird. Like I saw Pippa's tweet. Like she was sick and then she had COVID. It's like it's weird. It's pretty common to get sick after a con, from what I've seen and experienced, yeah. I swear, like, I was thinking about this, like, you could probably play bingo or something. If you just put, like, a bunch of VTubers, like, on a bingo chart, and every time VTuber tweeted they got sick, like, you could probably play bingo just on how many people, caught something. There's so many. It's crazy. So many. I'm very excited for Anime Expo though, like in a month. It's crazy. I have no idea what I had because I had a bit of mild sore throat and icky throat and mild cough state for what felt like 2.5 weeks. Yeah. I don't know, it's wild. Something. Off cough. I'm glad I wore a mask for the whole event, but yeah, I still got it. I think it's because, like, yeah, I got something. There's only, like, 2 times I took off my mask. It's because, like, it was at the mixer, and then, like, the last night when people were, like, partying till, like, Monday, and, like, at 1 a.m. on the last day. go to off cough. Haha. I was hoping Pippo would have a meet and greet this year. I didn't get a meet and greet ticket last year because I wasn't into her at the time, I see. Oh, she had a meet and greet last year? That's pretty cool. Felt like it got even worse at one point, but that might have been my refusing to take enough time off. Yeah. Crazy. Oh man, this is a grind, honestly, doing this. I feel like I gotta eat something. Sure. Seen a lot of pals doing meet and greets at cons recently. It's cool. Yeah. Be very cool. Hold on. Just checking the Twitters. Oh, Lord. Oh, there's so many Pecoras with guns, it's crazy. Pecora! Pecora go. There's also like an insane amount of like cardboard I have to cut to like fulfill this. It's like crazy. Have you ever thought about collabing with creators in the VTubing space? Yeah, yeah, that's what's funny. I have officially done one collab, only one, and it's like one I did last month with Leaflet. Yeah, there's a bunch of VTubers I actually want to collab with, or not a bunch. I would say a few, but yeah. I'm not sure if they would be interested though. Is it? I'm curious, is it normal for like for VTubers to collab with like IRL humans? I feel like VTubers mostly just collab with other VTubers, so. I know like some do, but I know like some also like yeah, they don't do that, so I guess I just have to ask them. see it all the time. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I'll just like DM. I don't know really like the best way to approach though, if that makes sense. Like I guess it's just as simple as like DMing them and being like, "Oh, do you want to collab?" But I don't know. Especially, I feel like, yeah. Especially like if they if, like you follow each other and like they know you, if that makes sense. Like I feel it's not too strange. I don't think it's the norm, but I don't think, but I don't doubt many VTubers would be open unless they're like Hollow or Niji. Yeah, I struggle with finding a way to approach people to collab. Just reach out. It's kind of hard at first to get used to, but that's all you gotta do is ask. Yeah, that is true. You know me, I'm like, I feel like, you know, there's like a nuclear button on the line or something that I may accidentally press when I reach out to people, so that's what makes it hard, but honestly, I should just reach out, you know. There is no harm, you know. It's not like me asking them is going to, you know, cause a great disturbance in their life. So I should just be like, "Are you down for collabs?" And if they're not, then that is alrighty. I'm overthinking this. Met some VTubers at Akai who spoke to me and follow me, so that's given some courage to ask them. Yeah. You know what it is too? I think the reason why I'm afraid to collaborate with like VTubers and like really anyone is because I don't know. I'm not sure. Like, it's hard, I feel like, for people to get to know like how I am, if that makes sense. Since the majority of content I make, it's just literally like a picture I'll post on Twitter, or like a 10-second clip I'll post like on TikTok or something. So I feel like for me and my type of content, like if there is going to be a collab, like, you know, people that I ask, they're gonna like search me up, and then they're not gonna be able to find like how I am, so they may be a little bit more hesitant. So in part, I think that's the reason why I started streaming as well. Honestly, it was surprising actually how many people I met at Offkite that were VTubers knew that I was streaming now. So I'm glad that actually a lot of VTubers like know how I am, like, you know, other than the 10-second clips I may post here and there of my insane antics. So yeah, I feel like I have to get better at that. Just straight up cold call, or whatever you call it. I mean, it's not even a cold call, because, like, you know, the VTubers I want to reach out, they, you know, they follow me on Twitter, and sometimes, you know, so it's not, like, totally out of the blue, if that makes sense. Like, you know, "Hello there, mister. My name's John Doe, and I represent the Texas Farm Real Estate Company, and I was interested if you wanted to buy some subdivided land." And, you know, it's not like a cold call email or like phone call like that, you know. But collabs have, I think you doing streams like this help people get an idea of your personality. Yeah, it also helps me. I think it also will help like me be better with collabs as well, because I remember like when Nick Robinson first came over, I was not in content like creation. How should I put this? I didn't have, like, what is it? I didn't have, like, the courage that a lot of, like, you know, content creators do, you know? Like, I feel like people like Ludwig or anyone who's been in a camera, like, 1,000 times, like, generally when people, like, you know, go up to them to film a video or collaborate, they're naturally, you know, good at it because they filmed, like, 1,000 videos, been on 1,000 different live streams, so I feel like me being on, like, 1,000 different live streams, it helps me, you know, be better on camera or whenever I, like, collaborate with someone, so that's the other reason I've done this, just so, you know, I don't think twice about, like, what I say, like, on stream, which I feel like is a skill for me, at least. I was not born. When I first started streaming, I was like, okay, I'm basically not gonna say a word and express any personality towards how I am because I'm quite shy, but over like a month of doing this almost every day, I feel like I've understood, you know, how to be. But yeah, when I first like started to like streaming, I was very shy and I didn't know how to be. So, but yeah, maybe I'll just. The other thing too is ideas, if that makes sense. Like, for sure, it's the thing you gotta build up. The other thing too, like with collabs, I feel is hard is I don't know. I don't even know like what the collab would be, if that makes sense. Especially like for what I do, if that makes sense. Like I'm not really like, you know, based on my content, I'm not known as like a gamer or anything. I mean, I can play games, but I don't know. Would that feel weird if like the man who like makes cutouts is now like playing video games with like a VTuber? I mean, I suppose not, but I don't know. That'd be interesting. I feel like I'm thinking about this too deeply, honestly. I imagine most people that stream are like shy and they gotta build up that skill. Streaming seems like an introvert activity. Yeah. I mean, it does in a way because like, basically you are alone and you don't have to go outside and like talk to people like in real time, you know? So. Only it's about being yourself and ignoring the fact it's a stream on thing, yeah. Yeah, maybe I'll just ask. I gotta think of some ideas though. Like I probably, if I were to collaborate with a VTuber, I wouldn't want to, like, you know, just play games or something. Just because, yeah, I don't know. I feel like that's kind of off-brand, right? Sure you can. I've seen a lot of creators that do game stuff, start a side channel just for streaming games, very on brand. Maybe I could then. I don't know. It's very interesting. Like I want if I were to collaborate with like a VTuber like on stream, I feel like I would want it to be. I feel like it would like. I would want it to be like something different though as well. I don't really do game streams myself. I'm not good at multitasking, I see. Yeah. It's interesting. I feel like maybe I should just collaborate with people and just like get better at that. The thing I really need to get better at, like more than like learning the algorithm or anything else, well I mean I need to learn that like probably first, but I just need to get better at talking to people. Basically. That's what was so funny as well. Like, you wouldn't, like, I was at the mixer, right, and I was, like, talking to some VTubers, and I was like, yeah, you know, low-key, I'm kind of surprised that, yeah, so many people here are so extroverted when, this industry is definitely a, you know, an introverted, you know, sort of medium. You know, it's very geeky and whatnot, so that's why I thought it was kind of funny. I mean, technically that makes sense. I mean, like, all the people there were, you know, basically, like, public performers, so I guess they would have to be a little bit more extroverted, but, yeah, I thought that was hilarious. I do anime figure unboxings, Zatsudans, convention recaps, I see. Yeah. But yeah, I am a, it's very weird too. On stream, like, if it's my own stream, I feel like I can speak, like, very clearly, if that makes sense. Like, now that I've been doing it for, like, every day for a month. Like, I've gotten used to it, but IRL is just a totally different can of worms for me. The way that I'm speaking now, like, free flow, I mean, I can kind of do it, right? If, like, I'm having, like, a one-on-one with a person, but if you ask me to, like, go up to someone, it's gonna be tough, man. For me. I did not spec, this is like it's not my build, you know, the extroverted build. I'm very much like I'm very much an introvert main, as they say, you know. I don't have enough like levels put into speech for me to do that. I'm extroverted in person, but I'm pretty quiet online. That's very interesting. I feel like I'm pretty much the opposite, if that makes sense. Although actually relatively, like on, or I should put it, I should put it, online I'm pretty quiet, but in person I'm very quiet, if that makes sense. Yeah, like online, like on Twitter, I don't really interact too much with people. Like I'll probably just like at most like tweets, but I'll rarely like comment on anything just because I'm the shy man. I be the shy human. That's what I'm specialized in. Don't you worry about it. You know, I be a shy human. That's what I do. Yes, indeed. Specialized in being shy. But yeah. Oh my goodness. I feel like I'm just gonna be like taping like sticks with the Cora all day. Like there's so many. It's insane. What's his name? Like Mr. I have to go. Have a good one to everyone. Yeah. I wish you well. Like I need to be like more like Mr. Evan. Like he is very good at, you know, just collabing. I feel like with anyone, you know. I remember like a tweet a long time ago. He was like, 24 hours. Like I have to collaborate with like whoever replies, and like that's something I could never, you know. I feel like I could never do. Like I would have so much social anxiety doing that. So I've always called myself God's most extroverted introvert, mostly because I keep to myself and don't really seek out much social stuff, but when I'm in those situations I thrive. I see. Very neat. Yeah. Yeah, I'm speaking about Evanito, by the way, when I said Mr. Evan. To anyone who is confused. Not too many people are here, but especially with the amount of freaks out there, yeah. Yeah, Mr. Evanito, he's very, very good at that, I feel. Just like, you know, collabing with, like, I don't know if he reaches out, but, you know, he's good at collaborating with people, I feel. And just going out there and, you know, I always see him collaborating with, you know, new people and, yeah. I need to improve at that. Become more of a social human and not just a basement dweller who's like inside of his little shop making anime cutouts. I literally, you know what I feel like? I feel like I'm like Ymir. You know like how Ymir in like Attack on Titan in the afterlife is just like constructing like giant like sand sculptures of titans for like eternity and is like alone? That's the way I feel kind of. Like I'm just like I'm just like pulling buckets of sand as I make like my giant waifu monuments. And I'm like subjugated to spend an eternity here. I need to get out of there. Go out. I need to get outside of the walls. I would have to do some research on the person or know them personally before I decide to collab. Or if they're a friend of a friend, yeah. Yeah, maybe I'll just reach out to improve social skills. To improve social skills, we must collab. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Waifu Purgatory, yeah. I think that's probably the best analogy for like the anime character that I'm most similar to is like Ymir. Ymir when she's crafting all the titans out of sand alone. That is literally me. Best way to learn is to do. Yeah. But yeah, here we go. Good sir. All right. Now, good sir, you know me. I'm filled with glee. We're cutting down trees to make waifus. Yeah. All right. Honestly, the idea of trying to find something that isn't strictly a game collab, but rather more on brand is pretty interesting, yeah. I was thinking, like, there's a bunch of ideas I could do. Like I make these cutouts so fast. I was thinking, like, maybe for a collab, I can make cutouts, like, on stream, whatever the chat wants or something, you know? And, like, by the end of the stream, like, we'll just have, like, a room filled with, like, unhinged stuff or something. I don't know how that would connect into the stream, but the idea of, like, going on stream and, like, you know, me making the cutouts live as, like, I don't know, as we do, like, a Zatsudan stream or something would be pretty interesting. I don't know, I would have to think about it, though, like, what it would be exactly. Or, yeah. I could do a printer stream like CDogVA did, but I have like 10 printers instead of one or something, and that would be pretty interesting, honestly. And I just have like a VTuber co-host or something. Like, imagine it like I do a stream where I allow like the chat to print anything they want on my like 10 photo printers, and by the end of the stream, I'm gonna cover up my entire room with photos or printed pages with whatever it is, and then like yeah, that'd be pretty interesting, honestly. I don't know how CDog like made his printer public for like the whole internet to print stuff on, but yeah. Building cutouts in Minecraft, something like that. Yeah, and you gotta have some moderator, or else people can see printing some art and getting you banned. Yeah, somehow like all of I also like learned how CDog like did his, because relatively like all the stuff that was printed was like safe for stream. We probably had like moderator like check the files before it was printed, but yeah. I guess like that's just the easiest, right? Is just to like submit, just to have like a Discord open or something. People can like post photos and then just like pick the ones that are like good, if that makes sense. Rather than like, you know, giving them direct access, you know. Moderator and middleman for it. Mm-hmm. Ooh. But yeah, I think that would be a pretty interesting stream, honestly, though, because that would not take long at all. Like printing a room or a wall of images would probably take like maybe an hour. My printers, like they're not normal, so they print like images. They print like 8x8. I think they print A4s like in like 40 seconds or something, and I have 10 of them. So yeah, printing like a room full of pages would not take long at all. I'm scared to enable text-to-speech donations unless I have an active moderator filter them. Yeah, they be trolling if you don't. That's what they be doing. They are strange humans. They be trolling. They be doing stuff. That is what they do. But yeah. I mean, there is a bunch of stuff, though. I'll have to think about it. I think the problem, too, is that, I don't really watch streams, to be honest. Like, the majority, alright, you know how people do speedrun races? Imagine a collab where it's a race to beat a game. Imagine a collab where it's a race to beat a game before you can fill a room with stuff themed with that game. That could work, you know, for sure. What printers you typically use? I imagine spend a good amount of time picking the best ones. These are, yeah, the printers behind me. I don't know if you can see them on stream. I mean, I have like 7 that are operational right now, but they are beast printers, man. They're no ordinary printers. Like each one of them, they're quite expensive. Like they cost like about like a PS5 each of them. So They are the ET7750, and they're like usually, I think these printers are usually meant for like amateur like photographers to like print photos on. So the stuff that they print is like these printers are specifically meant to print photos. Specifically, like it's in the ink, so it's they're really good. Like they're not meant to print documents. Like they're specialized for printing photos. So that's what I like about them. Print high. May I ask what printers you typically? Oh yeah, I already read that. Yeah. Why do you use those printers? Well, I have an industrial sized one. It's behind me, but so I have both. I have both the small printers and the giant printer, which is the Epson SureColor. I still use my little printers to print the giant 30-foot tall cutouts, and I use the big printer to print life-size cutouts. I know it seems like that's on its head, but yeah, it makes the most sense that way. Isn't that crazy? For the giant cutouts, right? For like J-Schlatt, like the thing I did at Off-Kai, I use little printers, but for life-size cutouts that are like under 6 feet, I use the big printer. So yeah. So yeah. I saw previously that you had mentioned they use ink bottles rather than cartridges, and got pretty excited. Yeah. Yep, they use ink bottles. It's a eco tank printer. These printers, so they you know, they have 2 years worth of ink for each bottle, essentially. Of course, the rule does not apply to me, though. You know, I'll go through 2 years worth of ink in like a single week, honestly. But yeah, for the average consumer, like a bottle, like one set of bottle will like last like 2 years for a person. And for me, that is just not accurate, man. That is not accurate at all. I go like 2 years in a week or so. Actually more. It's probably like, because like there's multiple printers that I have to reset, so I go through like 40 years of ink like in a week or so. But yeah. Okay. I feel like the tough thing with collabs too is that if you're like doing it with a person that you haven't like met before, obviously like when you meet what's the color you run out the most of? It's magenta. Magenta across the board runs out the fastest in my experience. It's always magenta. Even on the big printer, magenta goes first. So I think it's because it's like, I think magenta is because it's like one of the most like primary colors, if that makes sense. I feel like, is red the most like primary color, if that makes sense, like the most basic? I don't know. That's why, I guess that's the reason why it's used the most, because like it's used to create the most like things, or it has like the most colors. I don't know, but yeah. Yeah, the thing with collabs too I find a little bit hard is that, you know, when you meet someone like for the first time, obviously like the chemistry is not going to be like the same as if like you met someone and you've known them for like several years and done a ton of collabs together. So I think that's also what makes me a little bit shy to reach out, just because, you know, Generally, I'm not the type of person that can fully open up on my first like interaction with someone, if that makes sense. So, yeah, I usually like don't become unhinged until like I meet someone more in depthly, if that makes sense. So, yeah, right now I have a problem of you know, opening up, if that makes sense. My name's Henry, and I've been here for 10 years, and I'm just making the cutouts right now, as you can see, mister. Yeah, as you can see, we're gonna take this right here. But yeah, what was I gonna say? Yeah, I've been around for like 10 million years, man. I've been on the internet for that long. Can you believe that? Magenta is, yeah, the color though that I run out of the most. Definitely gets more easier the more you do it, yeah. Oh man, I can't believe, like, this entire day I'm just putting sticks on Pecor's guns. Like, I have not even begun standing them up yet, and I'm still here, like, taping stuff to the gun so it does not fold. It's ridiculous, man. How much there is. The chances of being born are so slim. Take some time being born quite so young. You learn to talk and learn to walk on your own time. The chances of being born are so slim. Alrighty then, me laddie. Alright, yeah. This episode is sponsored by Boxu. My name. But this episode is sponsored by Boxu. Yes, indeed. Alrighty. So, here we go. Yeah, my throat is kind of dry, honestly, now from talking so much. I may get some water, because, yeah, my throat's dying. Oh, man. Alright. Can't believe Kirby is like a character in Super Smash Brothers. Who would have thought, man? Kirby out of all people. Yeah, I'm not sure what else is there to discuss. Rust. Robo. Oh, I can talk about Hololive, honestly. Yeah, so I'm like in the rabbit hole now. Like, I thought I was in it, but now I'm really in it. I'm in the Hololive rabbit hole. Stage 4 of Hololive infection. I didn't understand, man, and now I understand. I see the light towards, like, what they were trying to tell me. Like, I understand. It's crazy. For a long time, I did not understand what Hololive was about. Now I do. It's interesting. What I love about Hololive too, especially Picora, is that Picora's like viewership like rivals like, you know, I show speed at sometimes, and I just find that so funny. Like not too long ago, like I don't know, it was like a month ago, I saw like she had like 150,000 concurrent viewers like play like Dragon Ball, and like, man, the anime girls are winning, man. That's how it should be. He's in the hollow hole, yes indeed. I feel like I wonder who like Hololive's like most I don't know what the word is. I wonder who like Hololive's most like recognizable talent is. Like, obviously, like first thought, it's probably like Gargura, but I wonder. Is it actually Gargura? I wonder. I feel like it's probably like tied between. It's probably tied between like Gura, Marine, and Picora, and Kiryu Koko back in the day. But I mean, like right now, it's probably like Gura, Picora, and Hosho Marine, I would say, as like their most like recognizable VTuber. Japan, for sure, it's you know, Hosho Marine or Picora, but yeah. How much does 6 foot cost in terms of ink? That I'm not sure, honestly. It's not too much though. It's not wicked expensive, at least. Do you get your print supplies online or in store? Online. They're usually all from Amazon or something. You're correct by subscriber count, apparently. Yeah. I mean, obviously, like by subscriber count, it's Gura, Marine, and then Picora as like the most like subscribed, you know, Hololive VTubers. But I mean, like in terms of like recognizability, if that makes sense. It's probably those three. I mean, like Picora, she had like apparently like her own concert or something. It was filled with like 15,000 people. her alone or something. I don't. Well, there's probably other members if they were gonna hold a concert, but yeah, that's pretty insane. I wonder why I gain a lot of I gain so much happiness whenever I see like VTubers are winning, if that makes sense. Like when Pecora was like the #1 like most watched like female streamer, like I was like, that is, you know, that is a W right there. I think in part the reason why I gain happiness is because like I find it like kind of comedic, if that makes sense. Like the anime nerds are winning, if that makes sense. But yeah. I feel like Hololive 2 should like they should honestly I would wear this, but I don't know if other people would. They should just release like merch of like their of just their company, you know? I feel like that would do well. Like if they just like released a shirt that just had the words like Hololive in their logo and like they made it like look cool, I feel like that would be honestly pretty sick. Like no, like it's not merchandise that's like geared toward any like specific talent, but it's just like, you know, a Hololive shirt. And maybe like it has like all of the talents on it or something. Like that's the power, honestly, I feel like they have, because the brand is just so loved, if that makes sense. Like they could probably like print like a shirt with just like Hololive and like people would buy it, because it's like it's not only like the talents, but it's also just the company. Yago meme merch would get eaten away by Western fans. Yeah, like that's what I mean. Like no, I like what I feel like what Hololive has is something that's like really special, where it's like it's not only the product that they sell is loved, which is, you know, obviously marketing like the VTubers that they have, but it's like it's the company itself which is loved. Like Yago is like, you know, I've never seen like treatment of a CEO like the way that Yago is. Like he's so popular that literally they decided to put him on their I forgot if they were like what type of cards they were. They were like Y Shorts cards. They put the talents and then the CEO of the company on as a part of the Y Shorts cards. That's just like insane to me. Like it really goes to show how powerful of a brand like Hololive is. When you have people like, you know, adoring the CEO, it you know, it really shows like you know, the fan base for Hololive. It's really powerful. It's really deep, as they say. But yeah, if there was like a Hololive shirt release, I would wear it. You know, like I don't know if people would like understand what I mean, but I mean like the brand like Supreme or something. You know. Never stop what you're doing. Enjoy. Oh yes, it was good having you. You know, nice chats and whatnot. Yeah, I stream quite often, so you may see me again. If they're ever down on a single Yago stream, could save them. For sure. But yeah. Sakana's gaining popularity. Yeah, him too, you know. I have a giant Sakana actually, but I haven't stood it up yet. It's been like in my room for like a long time now. Yeah, Sakana's definitely gaining popularity. What I like it, yeah, his you know, him being the fish man, I think really adds to it. You know, like even my dad was like, he was asking about like why there were a bunch of fish in suits when I was making like tiny cutouts of him. So like even my dad likes you know, that Sakana is like a or is it? I say Sakana, but it's Sakana, right? Is a fish man. Mr. Sakana. So yeah. Yeah, he didn't know what it was though, obviously. Like my dad didn't know that it was the CEO of Face Connect or even what Face Connect was, but he was like, "Oh, that fish, he's cute, you know. He's cool looking." That was so funny. So yeah. Yeah, I wonder how like Japanese Hololive fans are too. Honestly, I wonder if it's like different from like how it is like in the U.S. I definitely know for sure that like yeah, my friend was over in Japan and he was like, it kind of made me realize that like Hololive is huge in Japan. Like it's just in the shops and whatnot, you know. And it's everywhere, like at Akihabara. It's all sold out too. I wasn't even in Japan. My friend went, and I got the impression that it was big in Japan. I wasn't even there to see it for myself. I need to get some more barbecue sticks. I'll be back, humans. I'm gonna be like 2 seconds. I need to get like more barbecue sticks to attach to Kokoro's like machine gun. So yeah, I'm gonna be right back. What was I gonna say? So that is it in a nutshell, right? I feel like, let me see. I don't know, man. They're just unstoppable in my opinion. Hololive. I got some more sticks. I'm gonna put on some background music because this is kind of. Oh, we'll put on like the Donkey Kong Country interlude. What was I gonna say? I was talking about Hololive. I think what really changed my opinion on becoming like a fan of Hololive 2 is, well, now the music's kind of messing up my train of thought. Unfortunate. I think it's too loud, perhaps. Or maybe I'll just get used to it. I'll try to get used to it. I feel like it's too loud for the microphone. There we go. I feel like yeah, what changed my opinion about like Hololive for me to like become a fan of it is when I realized like the real appeal of Hololive, if that makes sense. And yeah, and that real appeal being that you know, the content is very wholesome. I think like once I realized that like Hololive is like a wholesome like fest, I guess you could say, that's when I really like, you know, became a fan of it. Since, you know, I'm the wholesome content is like it's like bees and honey for me. Cage, I forgot what she says. Oh man. I'm Koseki Biju. What was it? Warped in a cage and yeah. You know me, man. Nice. But yeah, this is my life making Kakura soldiers. What is that meme about like units being on their way or something? That's like a Star Wars meme. That's the way I feel. So yeah. Oh man. Yeah, right now I just want to lay down and watch some videos, but I'm not going to do that right now. Because I have to push myself, you know? I gotta finish this video and like time's ticking and like there's stuff that I gotta do, man, so I can't really do that. My bed is like nicely made right now, and I want to go lay down and like watch videos or something, but I can't do that because I gotta make this video in a timely manner. I don't know what's missing. Like, I feel like I need to do something and then I'll come back, like, streaming. But I don't know what that is. Like, I need to do something. Like, I either need to take a bath or I need to eat or something. I need to exercise or whatever it is. Gun body, self-control. Yeah. Gun buddy! It's because, yeah, like, yeah. The day, not yesterday, but the day before that, I did, like, 2 consecutive, like, live streams that basically took up the whole day, so I think that's why, too. Like, I just got back from Okai, and then, you know, I started, my return home with, like, long live streams, so I feel like that's the reason. But I have to, you know, this video will not be done, like, ever, if I don't, like, you know, do this right now. I feel like, I wonder, I gotta collaborate with some VTubers or something. Yeah, I really liked meeting people too. Like, because, like, you know, obviously I'm not the most social creature, my interactions with other VTubers and people that I met were pretty brief, but yeah, I enjoyed everyone I met there. You know, it was yeah, it was nice. It was nice, very, very nice. Yeah, you know me, I'm like very old, if that makes sense. So yeah, this is what I strive for. You know, we have to live honorable and give everything we got. You know, each day. So, you know, even though I'm not like really feeling making the cutouts, you know, it's honorable to push through that and complete the job. So here we are. Thanks for being nice. While my friends ran up to you and asked to give me an autograph? Oh, really? Wait, Thanks for being nice to all my friends ran up to you to ask you to give me an autograph. Oh, interesting. I think there were a few. Were you the one at the closing ceremony? That I couldn't like. Or wait, was this day one? Day one, and like I signed it on the table or something. It was like the pen was kind of like strange. If that makes sense. I signed like the book with like a. It wasn't a normal pen. It was like meant for brawling or something. I'm not sure if that was you. But I was happy to sign it regardless, you know. It was on the first day I did that. It was like a pen that like. It's like meant to like draw like eyelashes or something on a character. Like an anime character. It's like wavy. Yep. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I signed it on the table in front of the main cafe. Yep. Yes, it was a very nice meeting ya. You know. Yeah, my friend let her drawing supplies. Yeah. Yeah, I hope the signature turned out okay. I gave that I drew it with like as much like precision and like care as I could. So. Given the pen, but yeah. Mm-hmm. Crazy. There were some interesting things that I signed at the convention. Honestly, I said this before, but yeah, one of the most interesting things I signed was a guitar. It had like a bunch of other signatures on it that I saw, so it was cool to sign that. Had a few other signatures, like I had Numi's and a few others, but yeah. I forgot who else. Yeah, don't you worry about me. I've been here for 10 million years. What character you're working on? We're working on the Pecora soldiers, essentially. There's about 100 of them. I've printed 90, 80 I've cut out, and yeah. We have to attach sticks because, yeah, if we don't, then the gun and, like, parts of it are gonna bend before we stand them up, so that's what we're doing right now. That's sick. I only got the autograph idea because I saw you giving someone else. Well, yeah. I was like, but yeah. Signed a guitar, that was by far one of the most interesting. Oh lord. Oh man. We are at war, yes indeed, don't you see? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Alrighty. We have unlimited energy to continue. We must give it our all, so we can ball. Alright. Okay, there we go. Like, there's literally so many of these. It's insane, honestly. I have no idea. The idea for the thumbnail, too, for this video is that I'm gonna go on my, I don't know how to say this. I'm gonna go out on a, tennis court and, I'm gonna, like, put all these in a line. And, yeah. I'm gonna like stand in front of it and take a picture of it, and I'm gonna hope that it has like the similar effect to that one Veritasium video that came out like 6 years ago with like the shade balls. I don't know if anybody like saw that video. I mean, probably some people did since it has like 96 million views, but it came out like 5 or 6 years ago. I'm gonna like take a photo similar to that, but instead of like shade balls, it's just gonna be like Pakoras with machine guns. Or something like that. Like, I really gotta showcase, like, the scale, if that makes sense. That this project... Yeah, I'm not sure how well the YouTube video is gonna do as well. So, my new strategy is to make multiple long-form videos out of this massive project that I'm doing. So I don't know, like, I am not experienced at making long-form videos. Like, basically all my experience with content creation is, like, posting, like, short, like, 15 seconds to a minute long video, like, on TikTok or Instagram or Reddit, or not even just, like, a single picture. So... I feel like it may be a little bit hard, but, you know, honestly, it's what I got to do to grow and to help to, you know, to succeed in my goals and, you know, dreams, as they say. I must learn the YouTube algorithm. I gotta play the game. I feel like for a stream like this, I could like tweet out that I'm live or something. I don't like tweeting out that I'm live, honestly. Like, the only place I kind of feel like comfortable doing that is like Instagram, if that makes sense, like on my story. But I just feel like uncomfortable like posting on Twitter that I'm live. Like, I don't want to seem... I mean, no, I feel like no one's gonna care, but to me, I don't like spamming my people with like tweets of mine, so I try to make them as sparing as possible, if that makes sense. I think that's also the reason why I don't like interact much on Twitter, just because I know if like I reply to something, then like people are gonna see it because they're following me. So I very much prioritize not trying to. I very much prioritize like you know, not trying to spam people's feed with just like, you know, with anything. So I feel like it's fine though if I like tweet out that I'm live. I just don't. I don't know. I don't think I see any benefit towards doing it, if that makes sense. Like, you know, it's not gonna like change anything. I feel too much. Like, it's not gonna be like, you know, I tweet on Twitter and then suddenly all my streams have like, you know, 100 or 500 viewers. You know, I feel like at most I'll probably have like, you know, like 7 viewers instead of 2 or something like that. But yeah. So generally it's like, you know, I don't know why I did it, but yeah. Maybe it's good experience then. Like, more people come in and I'll, yeah. And get to talk with more people, or I don't know. Instagram stories are nice, yeah. I feel like, yeah, Instagram stories are nice to post things like that, just because it's kind of like, you know, when people click your Instagram story, they're actively like willing to want to know like what you're up to, if that makes sense, rather than it just appearing on their timeline and then, you know, not being interested if they see it, you know. So there we go. So there we go. You know. All right. VTubers, man. I feel like me transitioning into a VTuber would be like kind of hard. I don't have. I feel like the only benefit I would have from becoming like a VTuber, if I were to become one, is the fact that I think I'd be more comfortable being my unhinged self if I became a VTuber somehow. Just because, you know, I'd be able to like act like as unhinged and unfiltered as I wanted, and like no one would know it's me, if that makes sense. Or at least if I did act unhinged, then, you know, it'd be like a separate persona. So yeah. Yeah, we're still making VTuber cutouts. Essentially, though, this is not a part of the 500 VTuber cutouts that I'm making. This is still the same video, but it's a different part of it, if that makes sense. So I think generally the way that this video is going to be organized is that I'm going to have like 2 different categories, which is the 500 VTubers and then like the army, if that makes sense. So combined with the 500 cutouts and the army, I was thinking I could make like 1,000 cutouts for it, potentially, but we'll see. So yeah, there is just a ton of VTubers though, like, yeah. There's so many. Alright. It's been a year since I've seen your streams. I really miss you. My mom said you went back to the store to get milk. Please come back. To my mom, she missed you. What? I don't know, man. This is strange. My mom said you went back to the store to get milk. Please come back to my mom. She missed you. I shall come back then. Someday. let me see. So there's so much like stuff we gotta do for this video. Like this video is just humongous. I have never made anything like this before. Like to put in perspective like how big of a video this is probably, I would say, let me think. I would really have to see like what type of videos like Mr. Beast was making, but I would say like this video is on the scope of like an old like 2020 Mr. Beast video or something, like a 2020 or 2019 video of his. So yeah, this video is gonna go crazy. Just in terms of the scope of this, like how much like resources are being put into it, the amount of like man hours I'm putting into it, this is like, I would say, in the scope of that. Like either 2019 or 2020, like Mr. Beast video. Cause the set, like the, you know, the sets, I guess you could say I'm making for this are ginormous. Tobin, you're just breaking records like a Sigma. Keep up the grind. I'm sure someone out there would appreciate hundreds of VTuber cutouts. That is true. I really want a Maton 5 printer. Actually, as a break, I may, for a second, like, fangirl over, like, a type of printer that I've wanted for, like, ages now. I love commercial printers, by the way. I think they are so cool. Like, my dream is to get a bunch of printers. Like, just have, like, an entire arsenal of, like, I want to command the largest printer fleet in the world. And I want to become, like, the... Maybe that's a good goal to have, to become the printing man of the largest printing company in the world or something. That owns all the printers. I feel like it's like in my blood to do that. Hold on, I'm gonna look at the printer right now because I just remembered this printer exists and I want to look at it because it makes me happy. I apologize for going on this tangent, but I'm looking at the Maton 5 printer. The FEI Maton. Isn't that crazy? 208 inches wide is what it prints. It prints 208 inches. That is like, how many feet is that? 208 divided by 12. It prints 17 feet. Prints 17 feet wide. That is crazy. My printer here, like it's no, you know, cheap thing, but that prints like 64 inches. Like these are the small printers. That's the big printer, and this printer I'm looking at, the FEI Maton 5, is like the It's the Giga Chad printer. Yeah, having a part-time print job sounds pretty cool to me. Yeah, the Maton 5, I think it's like 100 grand or something. It's what I want though. Cause Epson, I don't think Epson doesn't create printers that are that big for some reason. I don't know why. I wonder what's the widest format printer. Hundred 126-inch. Like, I feel like if I had like a normal like job, probably I may want to go into like the printing industry, the commercial printing industry. Like, there's just like there's a culture for that. It's very weird. Like, you would never expect it, but there's like full on like printing conventions and whatnot, and like there's like there's a subculture for the people that are like in it and whatnot. It's bizarre. Like, you would never think. You'd never think like something as like mundane as like printing like billboards and whatnot would have like just such a subculture in like printing enthusiasts. I can't. Hold on. I'm looking. What is widest format printer? Like, to put this in perspective, like there's a subreddit which is r/commercial printing. I think the widest format printer is the Maton 5 FEI. Wait, can I use like Google Assist? Google Gemini? I'm very curious about this now. Hold on. Because I want, you know, like how people like they put like Lamborghinis like on, you know, like how people like put Lamborghinis on their walls to like manifest like that coming into their life. I need to get like, I need to print out like a picture of like a Maton 5 and put it on my wall or something, because that's my dream printer. I don't have a dream house or a dream car. I have dream printers, man. Widest format printer. Means Epson SureColor. The Epson SureColor is what I have. Yeah, I feel like FEI Maton 5 is the biggest out there. I get asked like r/commercial printing, like what is the widest format printer, and I'll include that I want to put it on my wall so I can have one. Printing conventions. Let me see. I feel like I would want to go to a printing convention, actually, just because it's so weird. Like, my love for making cutouts, it's also like partially devolved into me just liking printers now. Yeah, I mean, look at this. If you go online, like, there's an expo called United Expo, a place where all printing communities have the opportunity to reconnect, see all the latest technology around the world under one roof. Like, bro, that is insane. That's so... I mean, I suppose there's conventions for other things, like the security, or like, what is it? like, I mean, I suppose this isn't, like, too crazy to think about it, but, yeah. It's just hilarious to me that, like, there's, like, an entire convention, like, meant for just people in the printing industry, you know? Like, I wonder, like, man. Yeah, I'm thinking, what does the exhibit hall look like, you know? It's just, like, filled with printers. Instead of being filled with, like, anime figures, it's just everything is, like, paper and printers. No, not 3D printing. That's another thing, too. So not only do I believe that 2D is better than 3D, like in women, but I'm also believe that is the case with printers as well. 2D is better than 3D. I know on stream I'm just like looking at my phone right now, but now I'm like curious. This is wild, man. I'm gonna hold on. I'm not even looking at the chat because I've been like I'm so curious about learning more about this. Hold on. I don't know about printers with Pumporma's session relate all of their fangirling. So yeah, rubber duckies. You should get that printer. You're down bad for it if you can. That would fry your computer if all the pixels print something. Printing's pretty cool. Tobin, you are printing culture. Gotta take pleasure laying out celebrity. You'd be a celebrity in the printing convention. I don't think anyone would know me, like, at anime conventions, but, yeah. Bro, I gotta look into printing United Expo. Sounds like a good showcase room for printers. Various types of printing. If you're a print shop and are gonna drop thousands on a printer, be good to see it in action in person. I really like Tone's 3D work. They're cool. Pretty pleased. Yeah, I'll make one day. That's in part the reason why I believe 2D is better than 3D for printers. Like, obviously, right, the 3D stuff you can make with 2D printers, it's not as impressive, like, as the 3D stuff if you, like, take it to its, like, maximum capacity. Like, with 3D printers, you can basically, like, make movie props, you know, with 3D printers if you, like, take it to its highest level and, like, refurbish or whatever, you know, people do to, like, make it look really cool. But, I don't know, I just like, I love, yeah, that's the main thing. The main thing with 2D printers is that they're a lot cheaper than, like, you know, filament, and you get a lot more, in my opinion, you get a lot more out of it, if you get what I mean, you know? Like, obviously, having a cutout of, like, an anime character is not as cool as, like, you know, having, like, a life-size statue of one, if that makes sense. But, you know, it's a lot cheaper. You can do it, like, instantly. Like, with 2D printers, you can have, like, an army in your room in, like, 2 days. Meanwhile, like, with a 3D printer, like, it'd probably take, like, 3 months to, like, just do one, like, life-size thing. So, like, that's generally the reason why I like 2D printers, just because you can literally create anything, like, out of existence, like, in a very short amount of time, and you can just let your creativity flow, you know? So, but yeah. How do you get images for printing? Printing 72 DPI rather than 300? I don't really worry about DPI too much. I just make sure that the image, it's, like, above a certain amount of pixels, so, yeah. I want to attend a printing convention though. Like, I just want, that would be a hilarious live stream, I feel like, in the future. Like, I attend a printing convention, and, like, I bring, like, a giant mume or something, and I just see, like, a bunch of boomers, like, look at me strangely, if that makes sense. That'd be funny. And I like, I go undercover or something. This would be, like, far in the future, like, when I have, like, 1 billion printers, and, like, yeah. It'd be like, I go to this convention, and it's like, when I have, like, 1 billion printers, and I just show up there, and, like, no one knows who I am, and then, like, I showcase, like, you know, my battle station, as they say. Some people said, call it, like, battle stations, like, your printing setup, they call it, like, your battle station, so... Get a face cam and bring us along. Let everyone watch you with a huge anime girl. Yeah. That'd be so funny. I can just imagine the conversations I'd be having with, like, a bunch of, like, middle-aged, like, men, you know? And I'm just carrying a big anime girl. And then I tell them the reason why that I'm here. And I, like, show them, like, what I do on my phone or something. I imagine it'd be a very serious convention. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's probably not gonna be, like, super serious, you know? It's probably just, like, a business convention, if that makes sense. Like, you're supposed to act professional. But, yeah. I guess that's what you mean. Like, you're not so... I don't even know if I'd be allowed to do that, but I kind of want to just do that, just to be, just for fun. Make paper armor, yeah. It's on my, I think I'll make it a bucket list thing. I want to meet the CEO of Epson one day. Hey man, why do you have that Chinese cartoon girl? That's funny. I just want to go there because I feel like I would be very out of place, but I also wouldn't be, if that makes sense. Like I like the people there, I would not be like my people, but I would also enjoy being there because it's like a convention that's just about printers and like yeah. Oh, I should bring actually Mume there, especially. Like, the Mume I brought to Offkai, I should, like, bring something like that, because, like, Mume, in Mume's lore, she hates printers, so it'd be ironic if I did that. Middle-aged men on a call with their daughters or supervisor, and then you come up with an anime girl cutout. Yeah, that'd be funny to... It'd be funny to, like, bring, like, an anime cutout, and then, like, I start talking business with them, you know? Like, I ask, like, you know... I ask, like, you know, how much, like... I try to buy a printer from someone or something, you know? Or I talk about, like, you know... anything else that's related to, like, commercial printing. Yeah, Mume's lore, like, in her debut, it's like, she said, like, likes and dislikes, and, like, one of the dislikes was printers, so that'd be hilarious if I brought Mume. Like, even, like, that would, like, her holograph that came out, like, I don't know how many months ago, it was basically her just, like, it was a animation of her, like, destroying printers, basically, in a nutshell, going around the world to destroy them all. Tobin just sounds like a jolly dude to be around. He's kind of like an anime-obsessed young adult version of Sheldon, somehow. Sheldon? I don't know who Sheldon is. Yep. I wonder if I should post in the r/commercial printing subreddit. Like, in that subreddit, it's mostly just, like, guys, like, asking, like, technical issues, like, how to fix their printer and whatnot. And, like, I wonder if I should just, like, post, like, if I should just, like, occasionally post, like, my stuff there, just to, like, get some reactions and see, people who've never even, like, heard of anime, you know, how they react to it. I'm honestly very curious about that. It's like, Bazinga? You sound like him, you have a monotone voice, young Sheldon. Nice. Let me see. Have I heard of this man? Oh no, I do not think I've seen this man before. Yeah, I'll ask like a very technical question of some kind. I don't really know too much technical knowledge about printers though, to be honest. Like, I remember I was talking to someone who did, and it's like, it's basically speaking a different language. The amount of like technical jargon the commercial printing industry like has. Like, for me, like, technical, like, stuff in regards to printers, I don't know too much about. Compared to some people, at least. Post your most epic works and watch them react, say it's a usual day. Yeah. Shall do something. I remember one time I posted to r/commercial printing, and like, I was asking about like how to buy like a commercial printer, and I explained that I have like 10 ET7750s, and like people thought that was so funny, that the way that I print things on a large scale is that I just have like 10 small printers. But yeah. Like, you would think, yeah, there's a bunch of stuff. That'd be, I imagine too. Yeah, I thought you just had a bunch of small printers, yeah. I got it, yeah, I had my small printers first, and then once I realized, like, how seriously I was taking, like, making content, that's when I got a big printer, because, you know. What do I even do with a big printer? Like, how would you buy a humongous printer? It sounds so useless, but cool at the same time. Yeah, the Sayaka printers. Yeah, the Sayaka printers are the little printers. I love printers, too. They're my favorite machine out of anything. It's just because, like, there's so much you can do with a printer, you know? You can literally pretty much create anything, in my opinion. On a 2D level, you can pretty much create anything. You combine it with stuff You can sometimes pick up printer from thrift stores, surplus stores for fairly cheap. That's how I got my LaserJet. Problem is buying refill toner. Yeah, I've never tried LaserJet printers before. I use all my printers are inkjet. I've heard they're pretty cool though. I want a Matan 5 printer. I want like 10 of them. I wonder too, with my content, I wonder like what the upgrade is gonna be. Like, if I just like continue to continue to up the scope, am I just gonna like have like more and more printers, or like I wonder how my content is gonna like evolve as like time goes on. Like, am I gonna continue to do things with printers, or am I gonna like go into this like a different field and maybe do something more like with like robotics, or like what is it gonna be? I wonder. I would honestly be fine with that if I just stuck with printers like for my entire like YouTube, I guess, career, you could say. Only problem is that I feel like it's gonna be hard to like make content which is interesting, if that makes sense, if you just stick to one thing. Like, printing is not like a field like engineering or something where you can basically like make a lifetime career out of it, in my opinion. I feel like if you were to do that, you would have to intertwine it with other things, if that makes sense, like engineering or something, or programming or whatever. So now like the cutouts, they can actually move, and like use the printers to like put it on a blimp or something, or whatever it is, you know. In all honesty, whenever I see a photo, I want it in real life. I just learned to draw so I could draw anything I wanted. Printers are a foreign concept. Just learn to draw like a man. Yeah. And be true. Michael Reeves, but with printers and anime girls instead of machines and programming. Yeah. Yeah, I honestly wonder, like, how far could I go with just printers? Imagine if that surgery was used to cut paper. That would be a blessing, man. I need a better cutter, honestly. Like, the cutter that I have, the automatic cutter, it's meant for cutting, like, things that are, like, 2 inches, or, like, 4 inches tall. It's not meant for cutting things that are, like, life-size. I need, like, a life-size, like, machine that can cut out, cutouts, if that makes sense. I have a feeling, in the future, like, I may, like, I want to have, like, an entire army of cutouts. Like a literal army. Like an army the size of, like, some, like, countries. I just don't know where I'd put that many. I think it'd be cool to collab with other VTubers by printing stuff for them. Yeah, I'd have to think about what I'd do. similar to ours, make merch with collaborations. Make content out of that somehow. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if a stream of me just making like a VTuber into a cutout would be interesting enough. It'd be kind of hard to do, in my opinion. Or actually, no. Because it would just be kind of like an IRL stream. I was going to say it would be kind of hard because I'd be moving all over the place and not, like, glued to my computer. But it could just be like an IRL stream almost, if that makes sense. And I'm still taping sticks to this rifle. I came here off of you, were made off of you, and how insane you are. Invited. Wait. You're invited. I came here off a video a YouTuber made off of you, and how insane you are. And how insane you are invited. Oh, I see. Yeah. That was probably the Mr. Nick Robinson video. But yeah. Michael, I am very. Make VTuber cutouts out of figure material? Yeah, I just have to figure it out, honestly. Like, I've never experimented with, like, making the cutouts, like, more, I don't know, durable and, like, professional. Just because, like, there hasn't really been a need for me to. But I could probably figure something out if I experiment. Yeah, basically the reason why is because, you know, all my cutouts, they're basically just for content and for my house, so, you know, there hasn't been any real reason for me to invest, since the cutouts, you know, they look good in the photos, so, like, I don't really care about, like, the backings of it, if that makes sense. Offkai is a anime convention that I went to recently, and it just happened. And I supplied, I displayed actually that was cool, honestly. I displayed my first cutout at a convention, like, officially, if that makes sense. The ending cutout. So I technically got to work with Offkai. And my first convention ever, technically. Elephants, have you seen what they look like? They're good. Like, this is taking forever, honestly. Like, just taping all of these things so, like, the paper doesn't fold. It's crazy. I have to do it, though. It's all glimpse of Giraffe Guy horse cut on the mage singing room because the door was slightly open while I passed by. Yeah. Yep, that was cool. That was, I got a little bit nervous for that too. I wasn't like, I got that thing in like a car, 8 hours. So I drove 8 hours with that thing, you know, in a car. So I wasn't like, I was a little bit worried that wasn't going to look the best, but it turned out pretty well. Isn't it crazy? I have been taping sticks to Pecora outfits I've been taping sticks to Pecora cutouts for, let me check right now. I've been taping sticks to Pecora cutouts for 3 hours, and I'm still not done. This is just me taping the sticks to the guns. Like I haven't even cut the paper or cut the cardboard and like tape that to the thing. This is just me taping the sticks to the guns. This is like how insane like this whole thing is. Like it requires so many man hours. It's just insane. This is by far like the biggest thing I've ever done, like ever. This whole VTuber thing. The VTuber Republic. But yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Respect the dedication, yeah. Oh my god. Like nothing even comes close to this in terms of like scale. I appreciate the Donkey Kong Country, yeah. I thought it was like good background music while I talk. Nothing, though, nothing I've ever made comes close to this. Like what I've made. Not even the Mizuno video, honestly. Like I did a lot for that, but... Or maybe the Mizuno, actually. I'm thinking about like all the work I put into it, and I feel like that seems like it wasn't as much just because the work was spread out. And the work for this video, it's all concentrated into one thing. And it's all being done like in a month, basically, or a few months. Why not get a largest TV and put it in front of you so you don't have to pause to look at his chat? Yeah, I should do that, I think. I don't want to buy a new TV, though. So... And I don't know where I put the TV, honestly, either, so... What about that extension? I think you could top the Mizuno if you tap into your reel unhinged. Well, I mean, that's kind of the goal, you know? Basically, part of the reason why I'm making this video anyways is because, like, the Mizuno video in December was reposted, and it went viral, like, again. It wasn't as crazy as the first time, but, you know, I saw that, you know, people wanted more, and I was like, okay, I'll make a part 2 of this, a spiritual successor, so, yeah. Extension that shows Twitch and YouTube chat you talked about before, perhaps. I'm not streaming on Twitch though, but yeah. Like I'll give you Super 1.5, Shed, Scene, most of your today, Marketplace or something, yeah. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Like I'm just a Yeah, undoubtedly though, this video is gonna top the Mizuno video in terms of scope. Like, just nothing can. Part two would be, but I'm sure it won't do as well as the original as it was. Wonder of You that sold a lot of that tone, I suppose. Yeah, I suppose like I suppose what like made the first video do well is because it was kind of like my, I don't know, my debut, I guess you could say, on the internet. Like, yeah, a lot of people didn't know who I was before that, if that makes sense. I mean, there's still a lot of people that don't, though, so I think, like, still it could do really well. But it's definitely, I feel like, you know... Wild to hear, this will top the Mizuno video. Yeah, by far. This is like... You have to do something so outrageous that people will think of you every time they hear about it. Nothing real, yeah. Yeah, I wish I was around for those OG days. Yeah. But yeah, it is crazy, this video. I don't know how well it's gonna do either, honestly. I'm kind of nervous about this because, like, I've never put so much effort into one single project, like, in my life, but we will see. I don't know what type of content creator I would classify as, you know? Just like a meme poster, I guess. Is it the entrepreneur video? No, this is the VTuber video. Entrepreneur video, I don't know what I'm gonna do, but yeah. Oh my god. It's nothing but Kokora cutouts for miles. 100 Kokora cutouts with ARs. Yep. Oh man. Okay, so I don't know when this is going to be done either. Like, I keep expanding the scope for this just because I want it to be the perfect video. your dream collab be? Like, what creator live collab? VTuber, non VTuber? So VTuber wise, it'd probably be Mume. I don't know if that would be like the best stream, if that makes sense, like in terms of like energy, but that would be one that, you know, just to say that I did, just because, you know, Mume is my Oshi. Trying to think. So probably Mume for VTubers, and YouTubers, let me think. Oh, Trash Taste. Yeah, I'd love to be on Trash Taste eventually one day. And then of course, you know, there's like the obvious one, which is Mr. Beast. Love to do something eventually, maybe, with Mr. Beast. Like, I just appear in one of his videos one day or something. Oh, wait, someone's calling me. Hold on. Oh, there's a call. Hold on, I'll be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Yeah, just a random phone call. Sorry. I'll read the comments now. So yeah, probably Dream Collab would be with VTuber would be Mume, and with VTuber, then with like just normal like YouTuber would probably be Trap Chase and Mr. Beast. Did you feel that way about the Mizno song, the video? Which one? Yeah, guessing on Chess is a gold mine. Complete quietness is eerie. Yeah. Did you feel that way about the Mizno video too? How did I feel? Yeah, the phone call kind of like interrupted my train of thought. Yeah, I personally, I'd love to be in a Mr. Beast video one day. Like second guessing it before releasing it. Always something more to add or something like that. I mean, the Mizno video, I didn't feel that way. I just kind of felt like, you know, I'll just release this and whatever happens, happens, you know? Like, I was not expecting the Mizno video to, like, really give me any benefit by just releasing the updates, so I was kind of already happy with, like, you know, what the Mizno antics, did to me, if that makes sense. Cause just like all the posting I did before like the Mizno video dropped, like I was getting like a lot of attention from it. So when the so I really didn't have too much expectations. So yeah, but when it did like end up doing well, I was very I don't know what the word is. It was nice, you know. It was like a bonus, if that makes sense. So, I did think that it had potential to, like, go everywhere, so I did, like, prepare for it, but, like, I wasn't, you know, I wasn't, like, you know, praying on my feet that it would do well, since I was already happy with, what the Mizno antics had, done for me, if that makes sense. Yeah, quite elated. So yeah, that is why I'm doing this this VTuber video, because yep, it's my next big project. That's the way I like making videos. It's like putting a lot of effort into like very short videos. Alright. Okay. There's just like a never-ending, it's a never-ending supply of Nakoras. Are you afraid to have some to have that same mentality of not caring if it does well. Well, I definitely care if it. I'm definitely more concerned if it's gonna do well now. So, you know. But you know, it's only one. It's only you can only pray. You know. But I mean, if it doesn't, you know, then I'll just chug along and you know do the next idea that I have. Basically, my mentality for this whole thing, like content creation, is that, you know, as long as you keep at it for something, like as long as you keep at doing something, like eventually, I feel like it's inevitable that you'll figure it out. Like, yeah, people are like, you know, well, and they don't stop coming. Yes, indeed. Yep, got lots of Picoras ready. We're attaching sticks to the Picoras, so there's, yeah, I've spent like 3 hours just attaching sticks to the guns. I need to do this, or else, like, the guns are gonna fold and it's not gonna look good, so. But yeah. But yeah, my strategy for succeeding, you know, in the YouTube space or whatever content creation space is, just to keep doing it, you know, until I figure it out. So, like, every year that I do this, I get a lot better at it, if that makes sense. Like, compared to, like, when I started back in 2022, like, I'm much more better and understand a lot more things. You know, some people say, like, what are you gonna do if it, like, doesn't work out? And, you know, I always say, I'm very lucky to be in a situation where it's, like, the only time where it's not gonna work out is if I stop, you know? So, I mean, as long as I don't stop, like, you know, there is really no point where it's, like, you failed, if that makes sense. Or you didn't achieve, like, what you want. So. Like, I mean, if you work at something for, like, 20 years, right, and every day you're spending your entire energy on it, like, you're bound to figure it out, you know, and be a lot further than you are now. So, yeah. That's the thing about me, man, is that, like, I do not... It could be, like, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, if, like, I'll still be at it, you know? No matter how long it takes, because I believe that there's great honor in never giving up. So, yeah. But yeah, that is me. So yeah. truly embrace the weird. Yeah, something in San Diego I may do. I don't know. I'll have to think about it, what I could do. But yeah, I just live by my integrity, if that makes sense. I think that's what made me the most happy. We must give it our all. That'll become like my motto or something. Like on the if I get like a Gamer Subs flavor or something or cup, I'll have artwork and say, "We must give it our all" or something. Mm-hmm. Yep, the thoughts are a lot more organized. And it's just because I've been streaming, you know. When you're streaming, you kind of get used to just like saying the things that you want to say in like in an organized manner. I think, because basically, I feel like streaming is like doing something and talking to the chat, you know. And when you do that for many hours on end, you just kind of get used to it. Did you get any crazy opportunities because of your content? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, and I fumbled a lot of them. Sadly. I got a lot of crazy opportunities because of the stuff that I've been doing. Especially the Mizuno video. Like after that, then yeah, I got a bunch of stuff. That's in part the reason why I want to make like another like video like the Mizuno Church videos, because I wasn't the greatest at like gaining opportunity or like capturing opportunity, so I kind of want to do it again, if that makes sense, since I'm now more experienced. I think the major thing I learned like being doing content is that people get busy, you know, like when someone like offers you like an opportunity to like film something or they want to collaborate with you, you really have to like jump on top of it and like be proactive and not let it I should say like you gotta like make it so they're not like setting the date, if that makes sense, to collab. Like you gotta be like proactive and like capture it. Like if someone says like, oh yeah, we're gonna we want to collaborate with you, we'll let you we'll let you like know a time when you know we should like schedule a call or something. Like you gotta like you know be like, oh like we should like set the call like tomorrow or something, you know. Like obviously it's not good to do that all the time because you don't want to be like pushy, but you know sometimes like when people like give you opportunities, like they just get busy. Like they'll say like, oh yeah, we'll meet up like you know later and like we'll talk about it then, but then they just never, you know, they kind of forget about it. So I feel like that happened like when the Mizuno video came out. I got like all these opportunities and like they'd be like, oh yeah, we'll get back to you, and then they just never did. So I feel like, you know, when you get opportunities, you have to like play off of their excitement and like make like make an accord with them that you're gonna do something, and you know just be more aggressive and like, you know, locking down a date, and before like, you know, you like go on the bottom of their list of priorities of things that they gotta get to, and then they forget about you, if that makes sense. I feel like that's why I had to do better. use your code for GamerSubs. Does any go to you? I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say, but it does benefit me, yes. Unfortunately, I'm dragging my feet a lot. I gotta learn to jump on stuff in the moment. Yeah. Like, okay, this is gonna be, like, kind of funny to say, but I in my experience, it's true. Like, when, like, companies or, like, people, like, say, like, oh yeah, we'll figure out a time or something to, like, collaborate. Oftentimes, I feel like that's really just saying, like, you know, I'm not saying everybody, but this has been, like, my experience, like, with a ton of, like, companies and just people in general. They're really saying, oh yeah, we'll get back to you, and, like, we'll probably we'll probably forget about it, is essentially, you know? So you gotta take the opportunity and, like, set a date, you know? I feel like that's probably, you know, what you gotta do. Because I've had that happen many, many times where people just, they get busy, you know? I feel like that happens with everybody, and it's no one's fault, so you just gotta jump on the opportunity and capture it, and be proactive to set a date and time, and make sure that, like, the convo doesn't go dry, and then, like, 4 months later, you see that, like, they still haven't, you know, gone back to you, so. Yeah, they're probably a whole bunch of things. You have to reach out and be like, hey, remember me. Mm-hmm. So, the next time that comes up, I'm going to be very, very, like, proactive, if that makes sense. And the first time I wasn't, because it's just, like, not in my nature, you know? Like, I don't like pushing people. Like, I don't like to be very, like, demanding, if that makes sense. Like, I'm very much like, oh, take your time, but, you know, sometimes, man, if you're not like that, then, like, they're gonna forget about you. It's, like, they'll get busy, and, like, they won't come back. Yeah, or, like, they change their mind, and, like, what made them, like, they get excited, they say, let's do a collab, and then, like, they think about it, and they're like, okay, now I'm not as hyped. So you gotta strike while the iron's hot, and, you know, lock it down. So yeah, so that's why, yeah, I'm not the best at being, like, aggressive, or, I mean, aggressive is not the best word. I'm not the best at being, like, active and, like, you know, keeping, like, a conversation going, so. Make a move while the mood is still there, yeah. Because, yeah, that's the way I feel, like, a lot of, like, interest in, like, companies or, like, other creators, it happens in the moment. And then, as time passes, they lose interest, if that makes sense. Like, I've witnessed this many times. So, like, when they are interested, you gotta, you know, you gotta jump on top of that. Because, you know, I feel like a yes now does not mean a yes, like, you know, in the future. It's just how they are, how they're feeling right now. So you got it. Yeah, like, when the Mizo video, like, first, like, you know, popped off, I didn't realize that, and then I was like, hey, what? I remember being like, like, all these people that reached out, they said they wanted to do stuff, and now they're not responding to me. It was like, it's funny. Yeah, it made me realize that like a lot of companies you know, just business is pretty flaky, if that makes sense. This combo is giving me the motivation to do it, yeah. So yeah. It's been pretty interesting. It's been very, very interesting. It's what I've learned. You gotta lock it in, bro. You gotta set up a time. You gotta get it on the dime because it's your time to shine. And once you win, you drink some wine to celebrate. I don't know. You gotta strike while the iron is hot. Yeah. Gotta think of other topics, I wonder. VTubers are goated. They are goated, man. The VTubers are goated. What's on there? We love the VTubers. What was I going to say? I mean, there's a whole bunch. I can talk for hours. Oh my god, there's so many Kotoras. Like, do you see all this? I don't know, I can talk about some other business stuff. I like talking about the business side of, like, content creation. I don't know. Do there be any questions about content creations that I can give my thoughts on? Is that barbecue stick skewers? Yes, indeed. Barbecue skewers is what it is. It is indeed barbecue skewers. me think. I don't know if there's anything else about social media that I can talk about that's pretty interesting. Like the business side of it. Could talk about, like, I don't know, YouTube Shorts. That's what I could talk about. I could talk about YouTube Shorts and how I don't understand it. What's so interesting to me, like, in, like, content creation is that some people just thrive at different platforms. It's so bizarre almost. Like, the way I feel about it, it's almost like the platform that you thrive at is like what type of Pokemon you are, you know? Like, it's just weird. Like, some people just have, like, certain types that they're really strong against, or, like, they're good at, and some that are just their weakness, you know? Like, yeah, it's pretty interesting. Like, for me, my weakness, like, the platform that I suck at, and know, like, or, I mean, I know a little bit, but the problem that I'm weakest at is YouTube, for sure. But all other platforms, like, you know, I know pretty well. But it's so weird because it's, like, different for different people, you know? Like, what's his name? Penendrum Ball? Or, what's his name? He's the I think I butchered his name. His name is Penembral. Like, he's the guy who, you know, makes, like, here's what happened in VTubing last week. He is, like, he does so well on YouTube Shorts, and, like, I do not do well on YouTube Shorts, but yeah, I remember seeing a tweet from him saying that, like, TikTok he doesn't understand, and, like, he's been struggling on there, and for me it's the complete opposite. Like, all my videos do well on, like, TikTok, and none of them do, like, well on YouTube Shorts. And I feel like for Penembral, he's like majority of his videos do well on YouTube Shorts, and, like, not as many do as well as on TikTok, which I think is the reason why he stopped uploading. But that's what's just crazy to me about, like, this, like, social media and whatnot, is that you have, like, two creators and they struggle at different platforms, if that makes sense. So there's, like, universally no, in my opinion, like, platform which is worse than the other. It's just like whether the algorithm likes you in particular. Like, it's just so bizarre to me. Like, it makes no reason, at least in my mind, like, why, you know, the videos that I post on TikTok wouldn't do as well, like, on YouTube Shorts, when, you know, creators have videos that do well on YouTube Shorts don't do well on TikTok, if that makes sense. Or maybe that makes sense, actually, because it's different content, but, or in some cases, they do both well on TikTok and YouTube Shorts, and it's like, I just don't understand that. It's so weird, honestly. Everyone, like, struggles with, like, different platforms and is really good at certain platforms, and it's very interesting to see. Like, there's no universal, like, level of difficulty, if that makes sense. Like, everyone struggles, like, posting on, like, Twitter, or everyone struggles posting on Instagram. It's really different depending on the type of, like, influencer you are, if that makes sense, which I find is pretty interesting. So, yeah. Yeah. So yeah, it's very, very interesting in my opinion. How does Mean Force 1 do? Oh, he's alright. You gotta try different platforms and see what works for you, yeah. Like, my platforms that I do the best at, so I think the platforms I do the best at, I'm not sure which one is the, like, best. I would probably say it's Reddit, actually, because Reddit, I consistently, like, get views on all my projects. Twitter, it's kind of hit or miss. I've been doing, like, well recently. Instagram, too, like, you know, does pretty well. TikTok is definitely hit or miss. Like, sometimes, like, I'll get, like, 10K views on a video, or sometimes I'll get, like, like a million, so it really just depends, but it's just very interesting to say nonetheless. Like, depending on the type of content creator you are, you'll struggle on different platforms. And sometimes it's for no reason. Like, no observable reason. And it's just bizarre to me. Like, why does this happen, man? You know? Like, I asked some guy, who, like, I like DM'd him and he was like, and he had like this channel that just produced like YouTube shorts. I was like, how do you make videos like that on YouTube shorts that get like 500,000 views each time you post? And it was like, oh yeah, it was just because like I uploaded consistently. And I was like, what? Like, that does not help at all. So sometimes I feel like, you know, it's just kind of luck, honestly. Or it's like, you get approved by the algorithm and now your account can, like, you know, start making posts that get views. So, like, when I asked him, it wasn't like, oh yeah, so, you know, you have to, like, put in these specific keywords, or you have to, like, post at, like, this time of the day and make sure it, like, aligns with your audience. It was literally just like, oh yeah, I just post, like, a bunch, and, yeah, it works out. And it's like, but I do that as well, and I don't get that many views, and I'm like, you know, it's just bizarre, man. That's what's so weird about it, too. Like, it's not, okay, so I've posted my content, like, on YouTube Shorts, and it barely gets any views, pretty much. And it's definitely not, you know, because, like, the content is bad, because literally on every single platform, like, it does well, but, like, when I post my content on YouTube Shorts, like, you know, it's just like, nah, we don't want to push this out, so, yeah, get screwed, pretty much. So, it's very, very interesting. Some people just have, like, I feel like the Midas, the Midas touch when it comes to YouTube Shorts or whatever platform they're on, and then some people just don't. It's very bizarre. That makes me think they get asked that question a lot and gave you a vague answer. I mean, the person I reached out to, it wasn't like, you know, someone like Saikuno or someone big, so I feel like I was probably the first person to actually ask them, honestly. Like I went on their Twitter as well, and like their Twitter was not like as big as their YouTube, so. Interesting. I always thought shorts did better than videos. I mean, they do. Like my shorts do better than all my long form videos usually. But they are, like, out of all the short form content platforms, like, shorts by far, for me, is the worst. And it's so bizarre to me because some people, their videos do excellent on YouTube Shorts, and they do excellent everywhere else. But for my videos, it's like, they do excellent on other platforms except for YouTube Shorts. Literally every single platform, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Reddit, YouTube Shorts, it's like there's like a no-fly zone or something. It's like, you know what, Tobin Jacobs, we're gonna, like, we don't like his cutouts. They consume like too much ink and they're like promoting too much degeneracy, so we're just gonna like shadow ban it. That's the way it feels, honestly. It's like, it's so bizarre to me. Like, it doesn't make, like, it's so interesting. Like, you get what I mean? Like, I feel like if there's a video that, like, does well on other platforms, right? You would probably want to promote it in YouTube Shorts because it's like engaging content, if that makes sense. But I guess not. It's weird. I would think that YouTube Shorts is almost the same as TikTok. It is not. That's what's bizarre too. That's what's bizarre. YouTube Shorts, like, the algorithm on YouTube Shorts feels so different than TikTok, like 1,000-fold. Like on TikTok, I feel like I have like kind of like a grasp for like what would do well. On YouTube Shorts, it's like anything goes. Like, the most random video can get like, like 1 million views, and like the effort that you spent like your entire life building and like finally painted gets like just 2 views. It's weird. And I'm sure many people feel that way about TikTok. They feel like what I just said, but for TikTok and for YouTube Shorts, they have a better grasp on. So it's bizarre, honestly, in my opinion. Everyone has their preference. Yeah, YouTube Shorts is weird. I tried posting a bunch actually recently, just to like try to test some things out, and yeah. It's similar to work in progress getting more attention than the complete art. Yeah, that's what's bizarre too. Like content in general is just so interesting. Like it's very counterintuitive to what you would think. Like there's so many videos where I see of people like, doing a work in progress video of like making something, and you would think that, even with myself actually, I've experienced this. Like the 20-foot iron golem, I literally posted a it's like and I'm trying to think of a better example, but I'll just finish this thing I was saying. Yeah, I was making like a 20-foot iron golem, and I literally just posted like one like side of it. It was like the leg or something, and it got like 20k upvotes on Reddit. And like I have a feeling even if I like completed the iron golem, it wouldn't get that many upvotes. It's like it's very interesting. I feel like people like seeing like the progress more than the final project, if that makes sense. So that's why with the Mizo video, I was just posting updates and updates because people like seeing like the progress and like the story, if that makes sense. Like this guy, he covered his house with like anime with Mizuno, and now he's like making all these cutouts of her, and now he's like has a cutout the size of a skyscraper in his backyard. I feel like people like the whole like story, if that makes sense, more than like the final product, which is very interesting. So thought about doing anything courageous with your second channel? Not really. I don't even know. The second channel is just kind of like where I put like the most like unpolished like videos that I have, and I just want to like talk and have it like not be like the best like budget or quality out there. So yeah. What's surprising too is actually Instagram followers are like Instagram Reels is like I think more insane than TikTok actually. Like in terms of like, or actually I would say no. I think it's about the same. Like Reels is about the same as like TikTok in terms of growth that you can have. But it's so weird with that too, because I know like certain channels that get like 12 million views on a video, and like they'll get like maybe 300 like followers. Meanwhile, like I have like a video. It was actually the tour video of me going down my hallway, and it got like 3 million views, and I got like 10k like followers from it. So it's like it's bizarre, honestly, like all of social media. Like I feel like it's very hard to like pinpoint like what causes things to do well on social media, if that makes sense. Other than, good content, good content equals, growth and, getting a bunch of views. I feel like it's kind of hard to like, figure it out exactly, if that makes sense, for a lot of these platforms. Unless if you're Mr. Beast, that is, you know. But yeah, unless if you're Mr. Beast. But yeah, because that guy, he like cracked the code, man. Do something Smash related? I could, maybe. I don't know, I'd have to think about it. Yeah, it's weird. It just feels sometimes like there's no, like, reason. There's no reason why, like, certain videos do well. Like, there's no, it almost feels like sometimes, like, there's no, like, game to be played, if that makes sense. Like the variables are always changing for, like, what makes a video, like, do well, so... My strategy to make content do well is just make it entertaining, and pray that, like, the algorithm likes it. Because, like, sometimes you'll just see, like, the most whack stuff go viral, too, you know? Like, there's, like, videos on, like, YouTube that have, like, 30 million views, and it's literally a potato chip spinning around for, like, 10 hours, and that has, like, you know, has, like, 30 million views or something. So, it's very... I feel like, you know, the whole, like, algorithm for, like, social media, it's very hard to predict, like, what will do well. Other than just creating good content. Alright. Tobin does Slippy. I'm bad at melee though. Like I suck at melee. Like if I go against like any competitive player, I'll get 4 stocks with my main Marth. Like to put it like in perspective, like how bad I am at like competitive like melee. I cannot L cancel, and the most advanced tech that I know is how to wave dash, and when I wave dash I have like a 25% chance to like miss input and just do like a full jump. So yeah, that's the level I'm at. Can you imagine like playing melee, but you have every time you wave dash, there's a 40 or 25% chance that you'll just full hop instead of wave dash, and you'll like air dodge like way higher than you should. That is the level of melee I'm at. Like, you know, don't get me wrong, I know some competitive like, you know, techniques and whatnot, but I don't have the skill to or like, you know, I don't have the skill right now to like execute most of it, if that makes sense. So I could probably take like 100. I can get like a competitive player to 100% probably with Marth. But that's about it. $70 to 100%. I think I could do. That's how much percent I could do to a person who plays the game competitively with my best character. So I'm not good at it. I'm not good at melee. I'm so used to like Smash 4 and Smash like Ultimate because like that's the game that I've invested all my time of because when I was younger, like Slippy didn't exist, so I just played like for Glory all day. So, and that too shows, let alone shows like the skill level I'm at with Melee. I was one of the For Glory kids, man. Back when Smash 4 was still around. I played on my DS, which actually wasn't bad, honestly. Like, yeah, when I played Super Smash Bros. Like online on my DS, the controls actually weren't bad. Like, I wasn't much better like on my my GameCube controller than I was like on my DS. So, although like I played the heck like out of that DS. When I played so much like this is actually a common thing that happened. I played so much Smash 4 on my DS that I broke my joystick. The joystick just fell off, and this was like a common like thing that happened too. Etika actually made a video about it, and I remember seeing it and like saying, "Oh yeah, that'll never happen to me," and then it did. Then it did. And yeah, then I played with like a broken joystick, and yeah, and I got like blisters on my thumb because I wanted to play, but I had no joystick. If you're curious too, like which characters, I played a lot of characters actually, but I mainly played Ganondorf in Smash 4. I don't know why, I just liked him. I liked his laugh and whatnot. And then I just played a bunch of other characters for fun, like Rob and Little Mac and just about everyone, pretty much. I like playing all the characters. I was very bad at Smash 4 too. Like I was scrub. I mean, I wasn't like, you know, I wasn't like a total noob or anything, but like if I probably could beat like one round of pools in like in a tournament setting, I would say. I either get eliminated on the first round or get like killed on the second one, so that's how good I was. I'm in Corrin, and that was the first DLC I ever bought. Yeah. Did I buy any DLC? Oh, I could not kill Cloud. Like whenever I had like a mental block against Cloud in like Smash 4. I think it's because I played Ganondorf, and like Ganondorf was like bottom, or he was like lower tier in like Smash 4, but whenever there was like a Cloud on For Glory, I was like, alrighty, this game is in the bag. Like I can't beat him. He keeps shooting like leaf. He keeps like shooting me with like with leaf laser beams at me, and like it's not fun, man. It's not fun. Toon Link, yeah. That's the thing that sucks about Ganondorf, is that you can't do much against Cloud because, like, Ganondorf is slow, and he has nothing, really, to, like, fight against, like, Cloud's projectiles. Like, you just have to shield it, and, like, trying to, like, shield it, and then there's also, like, the mix-up that he can potentially, like, come up and, like, grab you or, like, do something. It just puts you on edge, so sometimes, like, it's just not good, honestly. Like, it's hard to, yeah, especially as Ganondorf against Cloud, like, jump over them as well, just because, like, Ganondorf is so slow and whatnot. What I mainly, I did best against, like, characters like Captain Falcon or, like, Fox, or any character that was, like, super aggressive, if that makes sense, or Little Mac, just because, like, the way I was playing Ganon was, like, very defensively, so yeah, I did, like, challenges on For Glory where it's, like, I did challenges where I didn't approach the enemy at all, and I would only attack when they came after me, just because I liked playing defensive Ganon so much. I don't know why I did that, but yeah. This is all just like random, like, talking, by the way. This is like trivia that, like, is so useless, but I'm just spouting it out anyways. That's what a Zatsudan stream is, right? Zatsudan is just like a stream where you just like yap, right? And like you just talk about whatever, even if it's like trivial. Maybe that's something I'm doing wrong too. Another thing that I feel like I'm doing wrong is that on my Twitter, the only thing I talk about is like business pretty much and like the projects that I'm doing. Like I'm never like, oh yeah, I had like the, you know, I just finished like Jujutsu Kaisen or something. Like it's always about cutouts. And I feel like, you know, some people may be more interested than just like, you know, what I'm making today, if that makes sense. Like, perhaps, so I feel like maybe what I should do is that I should incorporate a little bit more personality into myself, if that makes sense. Like, I tweet my Twitter, or sometimes I'll get personal, but it's usually some, like, you know, motivational, like, pep talk I'm giving myself, like, you know, oh, I feel so motivated, can't wait to get, like, back working on the project, or whatever it may be, but I feel like, yeah, maybe I should incorporate my personality just a little bit more and open myself up and just talk about something that is not related to work or the cutouts, you know? But I kind of don't want to do that because, like, yeah, I don't think people would be interested, if that makes sense. But maybe not, I don't know. I agree with personality showing is more good. Feels more like a behind the scenes and personality based. Yeah, this stream is definitely personality based. But I don't know if I can like do that on Twitter or not, or if I should. Like I don't want to be like, you know, someone who's like spamming people with like, you know, my life. I think the reason why I don't do that is because I feel like people are mostly just interested in what I make, if that makes sense, rather than like how I am as a person. But yeah. But I do kind of feel like that's also kind of bad for, you know, because then, yeah, I'm not like cultivating like an audience, if that makes sense, who are interested in me. There's always Twitter. Is this what they call a Zatsudan stream, where I'm just like ranting and like talking about whatever? These are fun, honestly. I haven't done one of these before. I mean, I kind of have, but yeah, not one with as much like genuine energy, if that makes sense. I was kind of like shy in the past. You know what? I feel like I'd be a million times better at streaming, too. Like, streaming video games and whatnot. I was very shy when I first streamed, like, my first video game ever. I feel like I would be so much better at that. Streaming games now. Just because you know, my personality, like, online has really opened up after, like, streaming for so long. Just because, like, I don't care anymore about like what I don't really care too much about what people think in a live setting. Before I did, because like, you know, if I do something weird, then like people in chat are gonna like make fun of it, but not anymore. I would consider it a Zatsudan stream, yeah. I don't know, I'm really tired of lately, so sorry for my spam. So my spamming messages. Oh, it's alright. How are you doing, chat? Any crazy or normal behavior? In the start of the stream, yes, there was some quite unhinged behavior, but then I kind of turned into normal, and I just haven't updated the title for the stream, so now it's just like a Zatsudan stream where I'm just like speaking, and where like I'm ranting about YouTube Shorts, ranting about like Cloud from like Super Smash Brothers for Wii U, and yeah, that's kind of the stream. Turned into a normal stream. Before it was unhinged, but now it's just hinged. I feel like that would be fun, actually. Cloud was in the Wii U version, yeah, and he was annoying. He was annoying. He was really annoying. I mean, the only reason why I say that is because I hated fighting him. I was a Ganondorf main, and that is a terrible matchup. Ganondorf versus, like, Cloud in the Wii U version. It's basically, I would say, I mean, I don't know, like, what the ratios are, but it felt like 90-10, honestly, finding Cloud with Ganon. Ganondorf is I feel like he's good against, like, certain characters. Pretty much none, because, like, obviously he's not, like, very, high tier, but certain, like, characters I would, you know, I do very well against. Yeah, I was only Cloud in, Smash 4. I have to watch the VOD. I had my master's graduation yesterday. Oh, congratulations. Yeah, master's degree, it's, you know, it's a big deal. It's crazy. I wonder, what was it for? Master, like, engineering, or? Wonder. Master's, it takes, like, 6 years, right? Bachelor's 4. But yeah. I was like a weird... I played... In any competitive game, actually, I was very weird in my play style. It's so weird. I'm at city planning. Oh, that's interesting. That's pretty cool. You can help me plan out my VTuber Republic, the capital, or something. That'd be funny. Yeah, any competitive video game though, or really just anything, I always did things weirdly, or just unconventionally. Like I always had the weirdest, I always did things in the most strange way possible. Nope, 2-year program after I did my 4-year undergrad. Oh, I see. That is good. Oh, this is a good Picora. Okay, so the Picoras are becoming like... Oh, gee, I'd love to. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know, I suppose I could just share, like, random things that I've done in my life. Because this is just like a Zatsudan stream where I'm just, like, talking about random stuff. I've talked a little bit about, like, karate and whatnot, honestly. I'd love to play you one day. Perhaps, yeah, if I have, like, a tournament or something. There's probably some Melee stuff or, like, Smash stuff I want to do in the future. I don't know if, like, I'll take the Ludwig approach and, like, host, like, a tournament, but there's some, like, content I may want to make. Yeah, I talked about karate a little bit. I think... Yeah, I was in karate for a while. I did tournaments and... Yeah. I don't know. There's nothing there for me to talk about too much. Just that I was like a... Yeah, surprisingly, yeah, when I was younger, I was a behemoth. I was very, very tall. And then I lost being tall because I stopped growing at a young age. That I remember being so sad about that. I lost my tall privileges. Yeah, this on stream here. When I was younger too, besides being tall, I was also I don't know if I should share that actually. I don't know. Oh, I could talk about chivalry, I guess. Like one of my favorite games playing. I didn't play it for that long. I played it for like a year, but I put a lot of hours into it. Was Chivalry Medieval Warfare. Not the second game, but the first one I played a lot. My favorite weapon in that game was the brand I stock in the Zweihander. I was a I don't know if you'd call it main, but I played Vanguard. I'm very fortunate that my professors appreciate weird thought processes. Yeah. Yeah, I was a Vanguard in Chivalry, the first game. I just love the first game so much. Like, I played the second, and yeah, I prefer the first one. It's the graphics too. Like, I like the graphics actually better. It just has a certain style to it. Like I feel like the Chivalry 2, like its graphics are very. It kind of feels like RTX, if that makes sense. But the lower graphics in the first game kind of like gave it like this certain style, if that makes sense. New Chivalry is coming out. Chivalry 3? Interesting. Yeah, I love Chivalry. I love the first Chivalry. I was a, yeah, that was such a good game. Might say it was pretty toxic, in my opinion, like the online communities, but it was a fun game. There's just so many things that I feel like no one would know nowadays, like the rainbow moves and the, was it like the waterfall or something? There's like all these like techniques and whatnot. It's like the rainbow moves. It's like you like spin and crouch and like throw your sword upwards. It's like bizarre, man. It's like who even discovered this? What's so funny about Chivalry is that like the movement in that game of like a good player is just like weird. Like you would see people like play Chivalry and they literally, it looks like they were doing ballerina or something. Like they or like the player was drunk and they would be just killing everybody. Like you'd think like a good player would be like, you know, if you don't know anything about Chivalry, like in game you'd think like, oh, a good player, like he'd be super fast and like, you know, he'd be able to block everything and, you know, would be running around and having frame perfect like reactions, when in reality like the players that like killed like everybody were these guys. They would like, I can't really show this on stream because the camera's too low, but they would be like literally just like standing in one place and like they'd be doing like this weird tech where they'd be like spinning around in circles and like crouching and like attacking the floor, and it's like if you just saw that, it would look like this guy is like unhinged and is like having a stroke at the keyboard, but like apparently they were doing some like weird like competitive technique where they get like, you know, it's like the best angle or something to like hit someone, and yeah, it's just bizarre, man. It was something like that, and I just remember seeing like people just like 10 people go up to try to fight one guy, and he literally like killed them all while like spinning and crouching. It's like it was like he was like a ballerina or something. Like not at all like how like the second Chivalry game is. Like in the second Chivalry game, like stuff looks fairly normal, but in the first game, like the mechanics for like combat were so like weird and jank that you just see some like crazy stuff all the time. I don't even know, like I can't even like describe it without me like imitating it in person, but yeah. That's what I loved about Chivalry too, because it was kind of similar to, I felt like to Melee in a way. You know, like how in Melee you like abuse like the engine to like get a competitive advantage. Like you kind of did the same thing like with a lot of like the techniques in like Chivalry, if that makes sense. With like the, you know, the rainbow moves or whatever they were called. They called it the rainbow moose, or it's like a waterfall. I don't even remember, but I was a fan of the Grandi stock. Yeah, I'm ranting about Chivalry. Yeah, I really like the brand I stocked in Chivalry. It was like it's the slowest spear in the game, but it does the most damage. And if you hit someone in the head, like if you hit like a man of arms in the head with it, then they die instantly. That's what I loved about it, because it was always like a gamble. Like, especially in duels, sometimes I'd like be running, and then I just like turn around and like do a and I forgot what move it's called. There's like different like strikes you can do based on like the mouse input you do. So if you scroll back, like you'll do like a long reaching like strike like this. If you like right click, then you'll go like this with the spear, like this. So like and if you the attack that did the most damage is when you went like back and you like stabbed all the way, and that was, I think, if you roll the mouse back. But if you did that and you got someone, then it was basically like an insta-kill if you got them in the head. So it's kind of like gambling. Big reward for high risk. If that makes sense. Trying to think of other games that I've played. Bioshock 2. Bioshock 2 is my favorite Bioshock game out of all the other games. I've played all three. I think the Bioshock 2 is my favorite just because I played it the first. Yeah. Oh, Tobin Yussi is having a 2024 Smash tournament. I'd rather GM you, but I think you're removed on Discord as Jack Frost. Interesting. I don't think I'll go probably to that, you know, since I have to like make the cutouts. So, yeah, working on the Pecor army. Yes, indeed. There's still so many I gotta do. So, yeah. Bioshock 2 though was very, very. It's one of my favorites. What I liked about Bioshock 2 was, I think I like the environment the most. Like, the environment is just so pretty in that game. Like, it's better, like, in the graphics in, like, Bioshock 1 are kind of, like, not refined, but in Bioshock 2, they really, like, you know, made some upgrades with the lighting and whatnot and everything, and like, the ocean is just so pretty to, like, look at in the second game. And, like, in the third game, Bioshock Infinite, like, it doesn't have that same effect just because it's not underwater anymore, it's in the sky, so you get to, you know, look at Rapture in, like, high definition in the second game, so that's the way it almost feels. What I also like about Bioshock 2 is the fact that you suddenly got the ability to like have both plasmids and weapons in both of your hands. Like in the first game of Bioshock 1, you're only allowed to have like one item or one like weapon out at a time. But in Bioshock 2, you can like dual wield essentially, having like plasmids in one hand and then like a weapon in the other. So that and the fact that you become like a big daddy for the whole game, that it's you know, the reason why it's my favorite out of the Bioshock series. Is Bioshock worth? It's Anime Fest at USD. You might check it out. I see. My mom has a sealed copy of Bioshock Infinite on PS3. Yeah, I liked Bioshock 3 or Bioshock Infinite. I think Bioshock Infinite was my least favorite, but yeah, it just feels the most different, honestly, from the rest of the two games. Bioshock Infinite is definitely, in my opinion, like more like a traditional like first-person shooter. just because like the rooms and like areas are so much more massive, and it's like it's open space, or it's outside rather than it being like inside during the whole duration. Is Bioshock worth getting into for me? Yeah, I would say so. I prefer the second game over the first one, but yeah, they're still, both of them are still really good games. Bioshock 1 though has the better like ending in my opinion. It has better story, and like the final boss is more cool. But I really like Bioshock 2 in terms of gameplay. Just because like there's more plasmids, you can like dual cast, so you have like a right arm, and you have a right arm meant for weapons and a left arm meant for plasmids. So you can like shock someone, and then you can shoot them, and then you can like do all this other type of stuff. But in Bioshock 1, you're only allowed to have like a weapon up or a plasmid, so you can't really do that. That's why I love Bioshock 2, if that makes sense. And you get to play as the Big Daddy. You get a drill, and you can drill dash into people, and you can become Speed and rush, zoom across the halls and do all this cool stuff. I wonder if I were to stream a game, like I wonder what it would be. I may just stream. Wait, what time is it? Yeah, I may, for fun. I may stream a game actually after I'm done with this. Like, spend like 2 hours just streaming something for fun. And I don't know what game I would play, honestly, though. I mean, it's been a while since I've done like a stream. Oh, I could do like a horror game or something. That like, what's it called? A chill arts game. Like, I have a few. I do terrible at horror games too. Like, I'm not like, moist critical, and I'm unfazed. Showing your feet to the tree. Yeah, I mean, I'm unfortunately, yes. I'm half Japanese, so I don't wear shoes in the house. But yeah, okay, last thing I'll mention about chivalry, I just remember this, is that, like, before, back in the day of chivalry, like, your rank on the game was a pretty good indicator of, like, how good you were, and I logged into, like, the old into chivalry, like, maybe a year ago, so, like, this is after Chivalry 2 came out, and no one's playing the game anymore, and it's so funny because you'll see like people that have like a rank of like 100, which is high, and like they'll be as good as like people that have like rank 7, and it's so weird because like I feel like the reason why that is because everyone forgot how to play, and now like the playing field is like level for everyone. It's so funny. Like I remember like when I was playing Chivalry and I saw like a person that had like a rank like 50, I would be like, it would be intimidating to like see them. So I wouldn't like approach them because they're probably really good. If you stream your first CR playthrough, I send that to my friends. A lot of people said I should play Danganronpa, honestly. Maybe I'll do that pretty soon. Amifest July 3 mission. Yeah, that'd be interesting. I mean, I could look at it. Chivalry. It's a good game. Probably still have some of my skills from it. The tech, or not the tech, the techniques in Chivalry 1, by the way, they do not work in the second game. I tried some of the stuff that you do in Chivalry 1, and I saw no one do it in the second game. Like in, there's like I mean, it's not really a technique, it's just something some people do. Like, there's a technique, like, in the first game where you, like, run and jump and kick and then, like, attack. No one does that in the second game. It's just, like, it's crazy. I thought that was funny. It shows how dated I am, man. I'm a veteran. I'm an old man. I don't know, I'll have to like think of like a game that I can play. Yeah, the reason why, honestly... Oh, you know what I can play? I can play Spore, the Cell stage. I like to do challenges where like I try not to die, if that makes sense. I'll play the Spore stage in Spore. The Cell... I can't talk. I will play the Cell stage in Spore. Like, that's pretty easy, too. Like, it's not super long. Like, I'll do a challenge where I try not to die at once. I forgot, like, the meta. I have, like, this whole thing. I did it one time, I remember. Is there anything interesting happening at SD towards the beginning of August? Gonna go to Gundam Pop-Up Store? I'm old 20, are you, Tobin? Talk about dated. Like... as old as a GameCube. I'm a Nintendo 64. Yeah. That's crazy. Yeah, that is actually pretty accurate because the GameCube is what I grew up on. I played a little bit of the N64, but it was mostly at my grandmother's house. But majority of the games I played were on the GameCube. There's a ton of underrated games on the GameCube as well. I feel like there's this one masterpiece game that like no one talks about that I feel honestly like deserves it deserves recognition. It's Wario World. Wario World on the GameCube. That game was it's one of the goats, man. It's basically imagine it kind of like a 3D Super Mario, but instead it's just Wario and yeah. And instead of like jumping from platform to platform and trying to get to somewhere, your goal is to like just beat up stuff. And yeah, it's a great time. Your goal in the game is to beat up turtles, pretty much. Turtles, clowns, and like whatever else the game is. That's why I love it. Like, the entire game is you just beating up stuff for no reason. As Wario. Wario World surprising? Yeah. I feel like that is an underrated, like, masterpiece of a game. Yeah, you beat up, like the first level is you like going into this forest and there's just like a bunch of like lizards with like their kids and you get to beat them up for fun. that's kind of like and you get coins for by beating them up and you get to like eat them. It's like the most bizarre like thing I've ever seen. Like, Wario does this, like, animation where he opens his mouth and he, like, becomes Kirby and he, like, sucks them into his stomach. It looks like a Pikmin map. Yeah. Yeah, the first level, it's, like, in a forest. That game is... What I like about that game, too, is just, like, how much variety there is to it. Like, every single level in that game, it's completely different. Like, there's no theme to this game at all. Like, sometimes you'll be, like, in a forest, like I was mentioning earlier, like in the last one, the last level is like the second to last one. You're like in a desert and like in the pyramids, then you're in a circus, then you're like in an ice biome. It's like every single. I mean, I suppose that is true with a lot of games, but like there's never they never really like reuse like enemies, if that makes sense. I mean they do, but they reskin them, if that makes sense. Like in a Mario game, like you'll see like, you know, certain enemies like reappear, like what is it called? The what are those things called? The Goombas? Wait. Goomba. Like, yeah, you'll see Goombas like, you know, throughout the level, and it's like, you know, in the theme of like Wario World or Mario's World, so you'll see like it'll all be in this general same theme, but with the game Wario World, like everything is just like basically every single level could be its own universe, because like the enemies are just so like different from one another every level you go into. So that's what I love about that game. Like there's so much like diversity in turn, so it's very, very creative compared to other Mario, like you know, Nintendo games, in terms of just how much weird stuff there is. So yeah. Kirby sucking thing. Yeah. I had no idea this gem existed. It's a fun game too. Like, what I liked about that game is just, like, the areas, honestly. I feel like that's where Wario World, like, really shines, is, just the maps, like, the levels. Like, again, the levels are so different from one another that you kind of never get bored of just, like, exploring the place and, like, seeing, like, everything, if that makes sense. There is no theme. Like, there's no consistent theme in that game, pretty much. So, that's what's cool about it. Yep, welcome to Wario World! Hello. God. Yeah, so I've been attaching sticks to Kokora for like 4 hours. Wait, how many hours have I been at this? Been at this for basically 5. Isn't that crazy? And I did like 75. I attached like 75 sticks, and I did that in 5 hours. That is not anything. That is not... I feel like I should have done like 300 or something rather than like 70. Ever thought about doing a main console stream? Yeah, I don't have any consoles though. Yeah, I don't have any, or at least anymore, so. But yeah. I'm really getting into like games I like now. I'm just talking about anything. But yeah. Wario World is cool, man. I like that game a lot. Would you get this done faster if off stream? Yeah, probably, but it's all right. I mean, it's I mean, to be honest, my motivation is quite low, so it actually kind of helps for me to stream. I'm trying to think, are there any other Nintendo games? Oh, I loved Digimon Rumble Arena 2. Digimon Rumble Arena 2, that was a good game. That was like the first fighting game I think I ever got into. I mean, it's not technically a fighting game, but yeah. I mean, I think it, you know, it is a game where you fight each other, though, so. I played a lot of that. My main, I guess you could say, was Diaboramon. I want to. I'd be so down if there was like a competitive league for that game. Rumble Arena 2. I don't think there ever could be a league for that, just because you're not. If you choose a character, it's unlike other fighting games where the same person can be that character. So you can't have like two what's his name? You can't have like two Agumons like fighting each other, if that makes sense. So you can't have like mirror matches. So that's like one of the biggest reasons why I don't think like that game could ever be like competitive. Nor would it. Nor besides the obvious reason of like why would it, since it's like an obscure Nintendo GameCube game. But yeah. My main was Diaboramon, because he was insane. I think it was still, but yeah. Diaboramon takes the lead! Trying to think of other Nintendo games. Oh, Star Fox Assault, too. That was another game I played. The multiplayer on that's really fun. You just, yeah. Yeah, Star Fox Assault, the multiplayer. So, Star Fox has this game called, like, Star Fox Assault, where there's, like, a multiplayer where it's kind of like a... It's not exactly... I mean, it's kind of like a first-person shooter. Well, it's like a third-person shooter, and, like, you basically get to, like, shoot each other and, like, your friends, and you play as, like, Fox or, like, Crystal or Slippy or Falco. And, yeah, you get to, like, battle each other with, like, you know, Landmasters or anything else. Or the, what is it called? The Airmaster, right? The thingy? Yeah, I used to, like, Kamikaze. Okay, this stream is no longer me making cutouts. This is just me, like, talking about, like, GameCube games, but, yeah. I remember when I was little, in the competitive, versus mode, I used to, like, get in an Airmaster, and I used to love to, like, kamikaze into people. Like, I just crashed the plane into them because I thought it was hilarious. I think that way about the Wii U, but way less than the GC. Yeah. I played so many GameCube games when I was younger. Even the bad ones, too. Like, Rugrats, the video game, Ice Age, and all these other, like, cash grab, like, video games. Did you know SeaWorld made a video game, actually, on the GameCube? Like, SeaWorld, like, the amusement park. They made, like, this Shamu video game that I played, and I used to, that game terrified me because, like, in the beginning, you're supposed to, like, run away from this, like, ginormous squid, and it used to always freak me out as a child. It's so weird, too. When you're young, you have, like, tolerance for, like, like, crappy games. Like, when I was young, I would play anything. Like, I had no taste. I was a filthy casual when it came to video games, and, you know? Yeah, it's crazy. Back in the day, like, when, like, the early 2000s or mid-2000s, there was a video game about everything. There was, like on the PS2, I played the Shrek video game. There was the Madagascar, Penguins of Madagascar video game. the Shamu video game with SeaWorld that I mentioned, and like a whole bunch of other like products. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if there was like a I don't know, let me think. Like if there was like a Windows video game or something, you know, like a Microsoft. It's like or something, just like the most like strange like collaborations occurred back in those days. There was a Cory in the House actually video game on the DS, I remember, as well. I didn't play too much Wii either. The only Wii game that I really liked was like Wii Tanks for the Wii Play or whatever it was called. That was like, I feel like yeah, I feel like for a Wii Play, like basically the entire value of that was Wii Tanks. Like there wasn't any other. Let me think. Yeah, the Duck Hunt game was kind of fun, but yeah, Wii Play really shined with Wii Tanks, honestly. Just because, like, I felt like there was actually, like, a challenge that you had to do. Cotty with a chance of meatballs on DS, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. It seemed like at that time, like, every single animated film had to have a video game about it. Just because it was like the meta at the time. It was like, I guess, profitable back then. I wonder why it was profitable back then and like why it kind of like phased out of existence. Cause yeah, you don't see like even like in 2014, you know, like with Frozen. I don't think there was ever a Frozen video game. But if it was released back then, I'm sure there would be. Oh, what's his name? You know the show, what is it called? Ed, Edd and Eddy. There was a GameCube game about Ed, Edd and Eddy, and Billy and Mandy from Cartoon Network. I had both of those games. There was an Ice Age video game. Like, I had all of the, basically, like, sellout like franchise video games, and a lot of them were actually quite good. Especially the SpongeBob one, Battle for Bikini Bottom. That video game was so good that they made a remake of it, Battle for Bikini Bottom, rehydrated for good reason. So, like, out of all the franchise like video games that like derive from like movies, like animated movies and like cartoon shows, Battle for the Bikini Bottom, in my opinion, was the most memorable. There's also one on the PS2. It was like SpongeBob the movie or something. I played that a little. That used to terrify me, that game too. World of Goo was fun. Like Super Mario Galaxy Zelda Twilight Remix. But yeah. There's a game of everything. The Samurai Jack one too, I played a little bit on the PS2. I forgot where I was even going with this. I was talking about something. actually, I mean, there's 3 Picors left, but I may end it here. And I kind of want to stream like normally, actually, so that's the reason why I want to end it. I want to do like I want to see like how it's different than the first time I did like a game stream, if that makes sense. So yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. Alrighty, I'll be gone. Goodbye.